행사가 곧 시작되니
We'd like to
자리에
start
착석해
the
주시기
event shortly,
바랍니다.
so please be
The event will
seated.
begin shortly, so please take your seats. 다시 한번 말씀드리겠습니다. 행사가 곧 시작되니 자리에 착석해 주시기 바랍니다. The event will begin shortly, so please take your seats. 네, 여러분 안녕하십니까? 서울대학교와 카이스트
Welcome, everyone.
홀딩스에서 주최하는 2024년
I'd like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you for attending the Startup Nation Korea 2024 co-hosted by Seoul National University, KAIST, and Jungha Holdings. I am your MC, announcer Song Jo Chun.
네, 행사 시작에 앞서 오늘 심포지엄의
Before we begin, let me briefly introduce the schedule for today's symposium. In the morning session, we will have 4 lectures by experts in entrepreneurship and investment. And after lunch, the afternoon session will kick off with the opening remarks and congratulatory speeches, followed by the Korean Innovative Startup Awards ceremony, the presentation of the Startup Ecosystem Report, and a keynote lecture and a panel discussion on the role of large companies and CVC in the startup ecosystem. We have prepared a variety of prizes for the afternoon session, so please stay until the end of the symposium. And after the morning session, please remember to pick up your lunch voucher at the registration desk at the entrance. The lunch voucher can be used at the student cafeteria on the 5th floor of the College of Agriculture and Life Sciences, located across from the main event venue. And we are providing simultaneous interpretation for Korean and English, Korean 1 and English 2.
Simultaneous interpretation is available in both Korean and English. You can listen to Korean on channel 1 and English on channel 2. 자, 그럼 오늘 오전 세션을
So let us begin the morning session. Our first speaker is Mr. Tae Jung, the CEO of Other Five Ventures, who will be delivering a presentation on the topic of why Big Pharma needs startups. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Jung to the stage with a big round of applause.
Do you know the father of the modern economics, Peter Drucker? He talked about the 2 concepts, efficiency and effectiveness. How do you distinguish these 2? What's the difference between efficiency and effectiveness? Efficiency in Korean is 효율 and effectiveness is 효과. They sound very similar. And what Peter Drucker defined is that efficiency is doing things right and effectiveness is doing the right things. It's still confusing. So efficiency or 효율 in Korean is through the resources and time that are given to make the effective use of these resources to maximize performance, whereas effectiveness is more closer to the achievement of the target. So with the fast follower strategy, Korea focused on efficiency for economic growth, and it actually enjoyed a very remarkable fast-paced growth. But then starting from last year, I think we started to experience some limitations for this growth model. About 20 days ago, on August 20th, Nature Index announced, and it actually featured a special edition on Korean science. And you can see that efficiency is at the bottom, despite a huge investment. I don't really care about the ranks, but here you can see that Korea ranks in a pretty dismal ranking. So the Switzerland is number 1 and South Korea is number 10, but it's actually declining. Why? There are many reasons. One, first, the social culture that does not respect diversity. And second, the demand for foreign laborers. And third, the limitation in academia and industry cooperation and exchanges. Now, if you look at the left-hand side, there are 5 institutions in South Korea. These are the fastest rising institutions that lead the innovations in South Korea. So the number 1 here you see is Seoul National University, followed by Seongkyungan University and Pohang University of Science and Technology, Korea University, and the 5th one is the Samsung Group. So actually this event is co-hosted by KAIST, and you may wonder why KAIST is not there. Of course, KAIST also enjoy very high ranks, but here you can see that this graph is based on the number of the citations and papers produced by each institutions between 2019 and 2023. So that's why KAIST is not here. But I think that in other aspects, KAIST is actually a top-notch institution. And you can see that although these 5 institutions, they are on the rise still, but there are some fluctuations and growth seems to be stagnant. In the right-hand side, you can see the metrics based on the number of moves from industry to academia or from academia to industry per 1,000 moves. So in other words, the horizontal axis refers to the number of moves from academia to industry, and the vertical axis from industry to academia. And you can see that the US actually has the most active moves, whereas Korea, this is where Korea belongs to, and this is where Japan is. So these red nations are top 10 nations. So when it comes to efficiency and effectiveness, and I'm going to talk a lot about these 2 concepts throughout my presentation. I'm going to show you a lot of figures and a lot of content. You don't have to memorize them, all of them. But what's important is how we manage the effectiveness to increase and maximize efficiency. So regarding this topic, I would like to guide you through the lens of Big Pharma and how we can improve situations and landscape for CVC and venture capital investment. Big Pharma, they're in an industry where there are a lot of fluctuations. In 1974, among the top 15 pharmas, only 6 of them remain today. 9 of them disappeared, either through M&A or a complete disappearance. Now, what's the crisis of Big Pharma? Starting from 2023 to 2028, there will be a lot of patent expiries. So as you know, pharma industry is heavily regulated, and IP and patents are very important, and therefore the off-patent can cause a lot of economic and financial loss. For example, Keytruda of Merck in 2018, which has the value of $30 million, but by 2028, the patent will be expired. So the Merck will experience a significant financial loss because of this off-patent. So you can see that for the period between 2023 and 2028, Big Pharma will be under serious threat. So again, please continue to bear efficiency and effectiveness in mind while listening to my presentation. You can see that when it comes to Big Pharma, efficiency is really low. So the R&D return, you can see it's close to 0. So this indicates that Big Pharma is experiencing a double crisis. First, the existing patents are going expired, and second, the declining return on investment for R&D. What's surprising is that between 2015 and 2021, according to statistics, J&J, Astellas, Sanofi, these companies, they have no drugs that are internally developed. 0%. Yes, there are some exceptional cases, including the Boehringer and Novo Nordisk. However, you see that many big pharmas, they experience almost no product development internally, which means that their effectiveness is very low. So I think that it really gives us a lot of insights and implications to Korean large companies and biotech companies. Now, what are the solutions to address this issue? I believe that the startups and big pharma, they're in a sort of symbiotic relationship. So the compounds that big pharmas believe that they will have no impact in the market, then usually these compounds are spin out. Or big pharmas, they work as a seed investor or sometimes license of assets to the startups. And during the startup development phase, Big Pharma tend to act as an investor for early or late stages of these startups. And then at an exit, pharma becomes the preferred acquisition partner to bring the novel therapeutics to the patient. So back in 2001, there were about 1,000 companies with active pipeline, so about 1,200. But by 2024, that figure increased to 6,000. So you see that there was a massive increase. And also, if you look at the proportions of the top 10 or top 20 big pharmas in the pipeline, is continuously declining, whereas the small startups with only 1 and 2 innovative drugs, their proportion is increasing. And this is the drugs approved by FDA from 2015 to 2021. So total 323 new drugs were approved, and 65% of them were the drugs originated from external sources, while 28% were invented only internally. And out of the 65% of the outsourced drugs, 41 of approvals were from M&A, and 25% were from licensing. So far we have talked about the crisis that Big Pharma is experiencing. So in order to address this problem, they need startups. So what kind of efforts they play in order to promote win-win partnership with the startups and how they manage CVC in particular. Here you can see these red dots, boxes. They refer to CVC. The rest of them are VC. And you can see that CVC are increasing. And this is an exemplary case for CVC investment. Johnson & Johnson Innovation, they operate and manage J Labs. And basically, they are in 4 categories: early innovation, venture investing, incubation, and late-stage partnership. So as for the early innovation partnership, through the strategic alliance, startups, they pursue joint growth with the startups. And for venture investment, so they invest about $3.5 billion in 2014, and 50% of them goes to the U.S. and 50% to the non-U.S. areas for investment. Recently, J-Labs Korea was established and opened, and also J-Labs is located in Washington, where I manage the fund. And as for the late-stage partnership, what they pursue eventually is M&A and massive large-scale investment. So these are the 4 pillars behind the operation of Johnson & Johnson Innovation. What about Pfizer's case? This is relatively simple. So up until today, about $1.6 billion were invested. And if you look at, usually they make investments in the startups with the relationship with the Pfizer's. And this is something that I'm going to elaborate. Novo Holdings, as you know, Novo Nordisk has enjoyed a very strong growth nowadays, thanks to the obesity drugs. So let me give you some analogy that the Novo Nordisk is 1.7 times larger than Samsung Electronics. It's truly a cash cow and growth engine for Denmark, a Danish economy. And here on this table, the top is the Novo Nordisk Foundation, and underneath it, it's the Novo Nordisk Holdings. And then we have Novo Nordisk and Novozymes, which are actually in business. And then we have investment assets or investment arms, which consist of the life science investment and capital investment. And you can see that they enjoy strong efficiency, 9.4% ROI, and a massive amount of capital is deployed for very effective investment. And I believe this table is very interesting. For those who are involved in CVC, please stay tuned and try to learn from this. So here you can see this is the cash flow. And so where money is earned is through Novo Nordisk and Novozymes. and then the earnings that they get will be reinvested for R&D through the capital investment and through the life science investment. And then eventually this money will go to the Novo Nordisk Foundation. And what foundation does is to provide grant for innovation and also provide education and develop solutions for infectious diseases. And also they are engaged in various humanitarian activities for social responsibility or social benefit. So the Novo Nordisk Foundation is to carry out the mission that the Novo Group does have. So here you can see the flow of cash that helps and stimulate these activities. And they do have 5 major strategies. I talked about the efficiency and effectiveness at the outset, and in order to become effective and efficient, these are strategies that they implement. So first is to be a stable and supportive owner of the Novo Group, and second, they try to generate attractive long-term returns and allocate significant portion of funds to direct life science investing, and invest through the capital investment and invest for positive social impact. And they do have 7 investment teams in total. And you can see that from left to the right, the sides tend to grow. So in the initial phase, that's seed investment, followed by venture investment, and then Asia investment. And next to it is the bioindustry investment, growth investment, principal investment, and capital investment. And here you can see the sectors that they make investments, including biotech, medtech, pharma, services, healthcare, IT, and so on. So you can see that they do have the organizations that can tightly cover all the whole healthcare sectors. So now you may wonder that the Novo Nordisk is much larger than Samsung Electronics, but we are very small. So how can we apply their strategies to our investment? We have investors from Japan, and I would like to give you some example of Japan before concluding my session. So I would like to talk about the single LP fund strategy for large companies. This is the strategy that I would like to recommend. One of the leading pharmas globally is the Astellas, and it's a Japanese pharmaceutical company. And they recently made a collaboration with the Boston-based venture capital, MPM Capital, and the partner of that company is my close friend. And they launched the DGTX Partners, or a digital healthcare investment fund. So the investment goes not just to areas that have direct relationship with the Astellas, but also the areas with huge promising potential. And another Japanese medical device company, Teijin, they also join hands with the SV Health Investors, which is based in the US, to establish and operate the MedTech Convergence Fund. So there are many outstanding venture capital managers in the US, so you can utilize them. So I actually recommend large companies to partner with these outstanding managers to get some customized support. Next case is with the Ono Pharma of Japan. And ARCH, that's a very big biofund in the US that raised $200 million. And the goal for this fund is to bring Japanese technology to the US, to grow and cultivate that technology. So we also employ similar strategies for our fund. So if you do have this kind of investment as a large company, I believe this can be a tool that help you enhance effectiveness. This is my final slide. I just talked about the efficiency and effectiveness and how they're different. In fact, both of them are needed. We need both efficiency and effectiveness. And here you can see the 4 metrics, the different combinations. Of course, the best one is the green one, so with high efficiency and high effectiveness. What Peter Drucker said was that there is know that nothing is as wasteful as the things that you don't have to do with great efficiency.
이건 아주 빨리 죽는. 지금 우리나라는 근본적으로 efficient한
So
그런
I think that refers to the situation of the dike here. And I believe that's where Korea is. So we do have a very efficient people, efficient technology, and efficient companies. But I think now is the time for us to focus on effectiveness more.
제 강의를 이것으로 마치고요.
So this will conclude my lecture here.
제가 또
And if you have any further questions, please contact me via this email. Thank you very much.
네, 발표 감사합니다.
Thank you very much for the presentation.
다음은
The
시그나이트
next
파트너스
presentation will
임정민
be
투자
delivered by
총장님께서
Jung-min Lim, the
CVC
Principal Manager for Investment from Signite Partners. The
큰
topic
박수로
is CVC
모시겠습니다.
as Innovation Radar. Please welcome with a big round of applause.
네, 안녕하십니까. 저는 임정민.
Good morning. As introduced, my name is Jung-min Lim.
아침에 조금 일찍 와서
Well, I came a little bit early
아침에
today.
조금 일찍 와서 제가 그 옆에 건물 좀 돌아봤거든요.
And I just went around here. I saw that there is a College of Agriculture and Life Sciences, and also there is a startup lounge. And I saw many students and the faculty members walking around very busy. And at the startup lounge, there are many people who are doing something. They have even meeting with others. So I can feel how passionate the Seoul National University is.
저는 임정민이고요.
My name is Jung-min Lim.
저는 창업가이기도 하고
I was a founder, and I also make investment at the venture capital company. I lived in the U.S. and I started my investor life at the Soft Venture, and then I support the founders at the Google.
그리고 바로 이전에는
And also 500 startups in Silicon Valley. Actually, this company invests more in the early stage of the ventures. And with the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic in 2022, I joined the Signite Partners as the principal manager, which is the part of the 신세계 company. I will talk about the company a little bit later on.
그 제가 이 말씀을 드리기 전에 사실
Well,
이 조지 도리엇 교수나 어디
George Thoriot, Professor George Thoriot, and it's quite famous, and there are so many interesting stories that you can learn about. Listening to Mr. Dae-hum Chung, I was thinking that I need to talk a little bit more inspiring stories. Me too. So let me start with my story. In 1999, I went to the States for further study after finishing my undergraduate education. That was 1999. When I went to the States, my father said that you have to earn the doctor's degree as soon as possible and come back and become the professor in Seoul. I thought about that. I thought that that would be my direction to go. However, if you think about the year 1999, there was a dot-com bubble in the state. Netscape and the internet, everything was introduced at the time. And if you look at the Nasdaq, then actually that was the peak of the Nasdaq value. So I went to the Palo Alto Stanford University, and I feel that everything is different there. Students are opening up their own businesses, and professors are opening up their own businesses. And also, I had some Indian friends, and they asked me, "Why are you here?" So I said, "Well, because I want to study, and I want to get the doctor's degree." And the Indian friends were laughing at me, and they say, "Are you crazy? Because it's time to make your own business. Why do you study further?" So I was shocked. How come people came to another study for study and then opened up a business. But I saw a lot of professors are opening up their businesses, and actually the professors who do not open up businesses are kind of an outsiders. So there is a University Avenue at the Stanford University, and there are many cafes and restaurants and bars. And also, Excel and venture capitals are also located on the street. And I feel everything is different there too. If you visit the cafe and have some conversation with your friends, you can find Steve Jobs sitting next to you. And also, you can see very famous venture capitalists sitting on the same cafe and talking about their business ideas, how they can draw money for their work, and how do they recruit people. So these are the conversations that you can easily listen at cafeteria or bar. So there is a shopping mall too, and in the Stanford shopping mall, there is a Sender Road. If you visit the road, it seems to be about 2 to 4 kilometers. It's a quite big road, and that road has all different venture capital companies, Sequoia, KPC, and others. And the VCs are all clustered there. So at Stanford, if you open up businesses as a student, then if you go down that road, then you can see many venture capitalists from different venture capital companies. So the point here is that environment was so favorable at Stanford for founders or the startups to start their businesses. So it's kind of a village. It's not a small town. It's a kind of a village, big one. So I think that that was a driver behind the Stanford success in the startup. And I see the similar story and the similar environment in Seoul here. And I hope that that would be materialized in Gwanak area with the Seoul National University at the center. And I think everything started in like 1970s and 80s. If you think about 1956, if you're an engineer in major, you would know the Shockley, who won the Nobel Prize with the semiconductor study, Professor Shockley, had a Shockley laboratory opened. And then in the West Coast, the Stanford graduate and Berkeley graduates, the smart talents were recruited to that lab. And then there were 8 students or the 8 researchers working for that lab. Dr. Shockley was a so good researcher, but maybe he was not that much good boss. So they didn't like the boss. So on the New York Wall Street, they sent a letter to the New York Wall Street. And then here, as you can see, that letter arrives at the Arthur Rock, Mr. Rock. And Arthur Rock read the email and then realized that there are so good talents at the lab and they want something to be addressed. And the Arthur Rock looked at the semiconductor industry and the development in the industry and then flew to the West Coast. And then he had a discussion with that traitorous 8, which are the 8 researchers, and then established the Fairchild Semiconductor. These 8 people are called as a traitorous 8 who are in this picture. So if you look at them, they're so famous. Everyone is so famous. Gordon Moore for Intel, Sheldon Roberts, Rich Greiner, Robert Royce, everybody is so famous in the business. So they went for the national semiconductor, and for example, Gordon Moore opened Intel later on. So when they opened up Intel, Arthur Rock and other figures made a lot of investment in also a traitorous 8. One of them, the Klein Pocket, Eugene Kleiner, opened the KPCB, which is a very famous investment company. And Don Valentine, also another employee of the Fairchild, he also opened up the Sequoia, which is a legendary company for investment. So Don Valentine invested in Atari before, and he recognized Steve Jobs, who was the employee for that. And then after Steve Jobs opened up the Apple, then the Don Valentine made a huge investment there. And Robert Norris and Jason Perez Antilles employee Michael Makla got a recruitment call from the Steve Jobs. So Regis McKenna, who was an employee of the Intel, started to join Apple. So Apple's remarkable the commercials came out. Raj McKenna's narrative is that in the Silicon Valley, the founders are working at the garage, and homebrew computing is something that the Apple generated and created. So that's a garage story has been created by the Regis McKenna. So the Fairchild here, it's quite a big company at that time. And that was a defense company during the World War II. So camera for the aircraft was its major product, but it was not easy to open up a company at the time. The semiconductor was a subsidy of the Fairchild company. So as you can see here, the genesis of the Silicon Valley shows that it involves both the founders, companies, and the investors, Fairchild, Intel, Apple, and also the investors were there. And the community, Cisco, and other companies were all generated from that community. Cisco, Oracle, EA, Netscape, PayPal, Google, YouTube, everything coming from that. So 1970s and till the 1990s, the history of that time actually was the foundation of the Silicon Valley's innovation. So when it comes to the CVC in the US, across the U.S., about $300 trillion is being invested, and the CVC is account for about 21% of that venture investment. If you look at the major CVCs, you can see Google, Samsung Next. Samsung Next is located in the Silicon Valley, Intel Capital, of course, Salesforce, and everything. You can see the names. What is interesting here is that for the AI, the CVC's proportion is much higher. And ventures from the NVIDIA, and interestingly, the Korean company Samsung Next and the LG Technology Ventures are making a lot of investment in AI, and M12 is from the MS. So for the AI, well, it requires a lot of investment, and the top-tier companies at the AI industry are actually attracting and receiving more than $1 trillion of the investment. So CVC's role is really critical for the AI investment. What about the CVC in Korea? Well, in terms of the proportion, actually, the Korean CVC accounts for a little bit higher portion than the US CVC. That's from the structure issue. The venture capitals are usually corporations in Korea, and therefore they are required to have the capital, their own capital, at least 2 billion Korean won. So they are corporate, and also they have many parent companies, and therefore that's why the CVCs are regarded as the higher portion here. What is interesting here is that the investment by the Korean CVC is increasing. For the past 10 years, if you look at that time period, the Korean CVC investment has been increased quite a lot, and the COVID-19 and the response to the COVID-19 and green digital transformation, and also the AI, these are the issues that propel the Korean CVCs to increase their investment. And another thing is that independent VCs. Compared to the independent VCs, the CVCs are less volatile to the market. What I'm trying to say is that whether the market is good or market is not good, the large companies, the CVC, continue to make investment because they can have a long-term view rather than just responding to the immediate urgency. And also, although this graph itself does not show, the Korean CVCs have unique challenges. As I said before, they are usually the corporate form, And the Korean Fair Trade Act has some regulations preventing investing between the subsidies companies. So CVC under the holding company, then the CVC is applied with more regulations. For example, when they raise money for the fund, they should be lower than 40% of drawing the money outside. And usually, the leverage is 99% if it's a fund. So the GP invests only like 1%, invests only 1% at the maximum of the 50%, and other portion is coming from the outside investors. But the CVC should draw or raise money outside 40% of the total. And another thing is that in accordance with the promotion of the Korean venture capital, so the venture capital companies cannot acquire companies, and it includes the management rights. So they cannot acquire the management rights. However, if you think about the current situation for the startups are struggling many times. Sometimes they have to close their businesses. So in this case, the venture capitals as to investors sometimes need to buy those companies so that do restructuring or reorganization, or even pivot the company or pivot the businesses into another direction, so leading to potential success in the future. But this is for the Korean VCs or the Korean CVCs. This is not allowed because of the regulation. So it's a special challenge to the Korean CVC. So to where the Korean CVCs are making investment, usually the biohealthcare is the largest one. And the Korea's strength, such as game and entertainment, if you look at the Netflix show, about 60% of the programs are created by the Korean companies. So game and entertainment is very strong. So biomedical and game entertainment, these are the two major areas for the Korean CVC's investment. And what is unique here is that for Korean CVCs, they're more investing in the growth stage, which is about Series B round, rather than in the early stage. A late stage or the pre-IPO, if you think about it, the Korean CVCs are investing in companies at the growth stage or behind that, so 65% of them. So we believe that the Korean CVCs are a little bit more conservative. Compared to that, if you look at the US CVC graph, they are investing more in the early stage, like 60% is invested before the Series A round. So it means that the US CVC is likely to have the long-term investment. And what about my company, Signite? Well, we are also investing in the growth stage too. I will explain it later on. We are mostly investing in the consumer goods, deep tech, or the biotechnology are not the major portfolio for us. And usually the companies in the consumer goods businesses usually generate sales from the early stage too. For the CVC of the large companies, why do they make investment? What's the benefit of it? Recently, there was a very interesting study on it. Startup Alliance produced a research for 3 years. Between 2020 and 2022, 157 M&As of the startups were analyzed. The targeted companies, meaning that the acquired companies by the large companies, were there any pre-investment by the large companies into those acquired companies? Yes. 11% did it. And what about the other companies in the same industry, although that was not specifically that targeted company in the same sector? Was there any investment experience? That was 64% of the respondents. So it means that about 75% of the large companies who did the M&A of the startups have experience of investing into a startup. So that led to the final M&A.
이 시사하는 바는 뭐냐?
So this means that the large company CVC are kind of an innovation radar. So we are the scouting team. So we try to find out market intelligence and good startups, and then we learn from them. And based on the intelligence, we try to work with our parent company so that the parent company can actually acquire or merge good startups later on.
그래서 잠시 저희 사례를 좀 말씀을 드릴게요.
So if I share my company's experience,
와 시그나이트 어떤
Signite and Shinsegae, if you think about the relationship, you know well the Shinsegae, it's very strong in retail and consumer goods. So starting from retail, hotel, fashion, beauty, and cosmetics, and asset lenders, the baseball team. So we do have the sports. So there are many under the Shinsegae group.
우리가 투자를 하는 행위가
So
이 회사에
investing,
신세계에 어떠한 도움이 되느냐?
how the active investing helped Shinsegae.
저희가 투자한 회사 중에 그
Of the company that we invested, there is a company called CDRI, and their service is Certicos. That's a software-based service. Certicos is a certified cosmetics. What kind of the business is that? For the Korean beauty brands, when they try to go into another market, they need to get the approval for the export. For example, they need to get the approval from the FDA. Only then they can export their products to the US. The same is true for Chinese market. And Italy, Swiss, the Switzerland, and France, everything, every countries are the same because they do have their own regulation on the importing the beauty products. So for all SKU, they have to get that approval. For one product, if you want to export it to one country, then it takes about 6 months or 7 months. It takes about human resources, and it takes about like 5 to 6 million as a cost. So it takes time and resources. So this company automate that process with the software. A lot of paperwork. They are analyzed with the machine learning, and then for these countries and that countries, this specific products can be exported. And with this paper alone, this document alone, you can do the exporting activity to this and that countries, and therefore it will lead to this much of an increasement in your sales. So I said that it takes a lot of cost and time, but now without human resources input, it can be done like 1 or 2 weeks. So after the launch of this platform, they have already 1,000 users, and most of the Korean beauty brands are using this service. Silicons or other the cosmetic manufacturing companies and distribution companies, their stock prices are going up. And the news articles say that Korean beauty brands are exporting their product a lot to other countries, and that was enabled by this service. So this is really important service and player in the K cosmetics. And when it comes to the cosmetics, actually, their profit is really accounts for a huge portion. So we are working as an innovation radar, and Shinsegae International recently actually acquired the brand Amuse. This company exports their product a lot to Japanese market. So fashion, beauty, lifestyle, and technology are the ones that we make investment into. So we are focusing on the consumer goods, mainly beauty and the supporting technology. So what we do is that how we can support the Shinsegae group as our parent group conducting the digital transformation with our radar role. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 발표 잘 들었습니다.
Thank you very much.
다음은 루닛
Next,
설립자이신
we would like to invite co-founder and executive chairman Anthony Park for his presentation on what we need for Korea to become a global deep tech startup hub, lessons learned from Lunit's past 11 years. So please welcome him with a big hand.
네, 백승욱입니다.
Good morning. I am Baek Sung-uk. Very nice to see you.
네, 제목을 굉장히 길게 지었는데요.
My title for today's presentation is pretty long. So what we need for Korea to become a global deep tech startup hub. So I would like to share my perspectives regarding this topic.
보통은 이제 생태계에 대한 제언 같은
You may think that I will make some suggestions for ecosystem for Korea to become the hub. But what I'm going to focus on for my presentation is the entrepreneurs or future to-be entrepreneurs.
창업가들이 그 양과 질이 다 늘어나야지.
Because both the quantity and quality of the entrepreneurs should increase. Only then Korea can truly become the hub for the deep tech startups. So only with the ecosystem you can never have a strong startup business, and therefore nurturing and cultivating large number of high quality entrepreneur, I think that's the most important thing. And in order to promote that, I believe people like me should share their experiences and lessons actively. And as someone mentioned about the Palo Alto case, if you go to Palo Alto, you will be surrounded by so many entrepreneurs. So we do have many entrepreneurs who started this journey earlier, and they can share their lessons and experiences in order to trigger future generation to follow their path. So by sharing our experiences, we can somehow pass down the wisdom and knowledge that we gained from our experiences to our future generation. Then by doing so, we can upgrade Korea and the startup ecosystem, both in terms of quality and quantity, and this will become and make Korea attractive to various investors. And that will be a strong foundation for VC and CVC. So I established Lunit 11 years ago, and I'm now serving as executive chairman of Lunit. But previously, I served as CEO of the company. So for the past 11 years, while I operate and run my business, I learn a lot. So today, I would like to share with you my lessons and experiences with you. Lunit is an AI company. Our mission is to conquer cancer through AI. It was established in 2013, headquartered in Seoul. And then it went public in Kosdaq market in 2022. So it's a public listed firm. When I established the Lunit in 2013, at that time we had the founding mission. I actually had my personal founding mission. So I had a strong desire to establish my own business because I thought that Korea should have a strong software company based in Korea. Korea is strong in manufacturing industries with Samsung Electronics or Hyundai Motors and so on. But when it comes to software, although we do have KakaoTalk, I didn't really think that the KakaoTalk is leading the world. Maybe it can lead Asia, but it's not a world-leading company. So I wanted to establish a world-leading software technology company in Korea. And at the time, I studied in KAIST, and I found that there are many, many smart, top-notch students. So I thought that maybe if I could join hands with them, then I can achieve my dream of establishing a world-leading software technology company in Korea. And my strategy is actually nothing new. So from day one, my eyes were set for the global market. So I aimed for the global market. And second, my second strategy was to leverage my strengths and supplement my weakness. So you can see that this is pretty simple strategy, but maybe it's not easier, it's pretty easier said than done. And we should not be in our comfort zone. Rather, we have to think outside the box and venture into, out of our comfort zone. So that was my journey for Lunit. And as you know, I hope that my experience could be the foundation for our future generation so that they can start businesses maybe 10 times or 15 times larger than mine. This is the topic for my presentation today. So establish the team is very important, and also identifying and define the problem and find solution is important. Sales and marketing, of course, that's a crucial factor. Financing is another important one. Establishing a strong governance structure and also paying it forward. I think that's very key. So I'd like to share that. First of all, I'd like to start my presentation by saying that Korea does have a great potential. We have great talent. Here you can see the statistics for the semiconductor design. And ISCC, this is a world-renowned conference for the semiconductor design. And at this conference, here you can see the number of papers published and announced in that conference. And you can see the ranks of countries based on the number of papers published in the conference. And you can see that Korea ranked 3rd. And also here you can see the indicator called AI talent concentration by geographic area. Again, Korea is the 3rd place winner. So this demonstrates Korea's strong potential for growth. So we do have great talent. We do have great potential. But there is an area that we have to make improvement. That's diversity. Korea is a homogeneous country, and we mainly use Korean language for communication. So compared to other peer companies in overseas, I think Korea is actually lacking when it comes to diversity. Diversity is not the most prime, best value, of course, but I think this is something that we really have to make improvement. So when we establish the business or when we establish the company, you shouldn't just get along with the persons surrounding you nearby. Rather, you have to form the group with diverse kinds of people, people from diverse backgrounds. So for example, if you go to Silicon Valley, you see that they do have a very diverse mix of employees in terms of gender, geographies, languages, and so on. And I think this is because Silicon Valley is the magnet of talents. That's why people from all walks of life all gather there. That's why I think Silicon Valley may be in a better position to have a diverse organization than Korea. But still, in order to ensure successful business, I think that we really have to explore the whole globe to get the cream of the crop, the best talent, and also to have the diverse organization. We should not just stick to Korea only. So this is the founding team, and you can see that our founding team was not that diverse. It's pretty homogeneous. So our staff was pretty small and meager. Anyway, so that's how we started. Now, but in order to have diversity in our organization, we went all out the world, tried to find key talent, and we actually provided a huge stock options to our key talent as incentives and compensation. So because of that, even we fought with the VC. So right now, we have international colleagues representing 17%. So as Korea becomes more and more diverse, and as entrepreneurs focus more on more diversity, I believe that share for international colleagues will increase. So the gender is important, but I believe geographic diversity is something that we also have to take care of. And I talk a lot with engineers. And I asked them what kind of jobs they have. And they said that they are solution providers. They said that their expertise in finding good solution. But I believe that the entrepreneurs, if you're entrepreneurs, you have to develop your capabilities for problem formulation. So you should be a good problem definer, let's say. So you have to define and formulate problems effectively. Only then you can shorten the time to find solutions. So this is where you have to focus on.
딥테크라고 제가 말씀드렸으니까.
And at the outset, I talked about deep tech. So let me give you some unique advantages of deep tech.
국경이나 문화에도 제약이 없습니다.
As you know, the deep tech businesses, they have no boundaries. For example, semiconductors, pharmaceuticals, the space, defense industries, they know no borders because they do have the universal values that could benefit the entire humanity. So we really have to think big and try to solve the large issues that could affect the whole humanity.
있는 상황인 것 같아요. 근데 이제 제가 여기 나온 이유도
And the reason I am here today is to encourage to think in that way, to think big. Because for those in Silicon Valley, they believe that Silicon Valley is the center of the world.
그러니까 이런 얘기를 하는 게 거리낌이 없고 자연스럽게
That's why they boldly and with confidence, they speak out what they think. And they really have a big dream and big aspiration. And they are not shy about that.
모입니다. 저는 이거를
And also, if you express your grand, big aspiration, then you can attract a lot of talent. That's what Silicon Valley is.
한다고 해도 오지 않습니다.
So if you think small, and if the problem that you focus on is just small, then the great talent will not join you. But let's say that if you want to conquer cancer that could affect a lot of people around the world, then I think it could sound attractive to great talent. And also some people could make huge investment in your business.
문제를 크게
So again,
생각하는 그
your
습관은
problem should be big and grand, and you have to think big to find out big problems.
조금 더 이상적으로 생각하면 이런 글로벌 아젠다를 세팅하는 사람들도
And so in this regard, I hope that we can see more of these global agenda setters produced and cultivated from Korea.
왜 우리가 연구하는 것들에
So
다 그런 건
in
아니죠.
my undergraduate course, I always thought
서양이나
that
해외에서
why I have to do research
응용 영역이나 로컬라이즈
from the ideas that were generated by Westerners. So usually the ideas studied in the Western world, and then we refine and hone that.
아젠다 세터들의 리스트
So I thought that that was our limitations. And I hope that more and more Koreans will become
저는 그냥 별게
and
아니라고
join this group of global agenda setters.
어떤 지적 능력 이런 건 전혀 차이가 없습니다.
And I believe when it comes to the intelligence, Koreans are
아주 많이 만나고 저희 직원
no short. They're on par with these
어떤 역량
intelligent people. So when it comes to capabilities, I think Koreans do have no shortage. The only difference is the breadth of the perceptions that they have.
그래서 큰 문제를 풀자라고 했을 때
So again, you have to think big, and you have to broaden your horizons, and you have to define big problems. But the problem should not be recklessly big. Only then it's just a sci-fi movie.
잘 생각을 해야 되는 부분 중에 하나가
So we have to strike balance.
타이밍입니다. 그 why now?
And you really have to be careful about timing, and you have to have a solid justification of why now. So maybe studying history could be very helpful.
관심을 많이 가지시면 좋다고 생각합니다. 그냥 내가 대학원에서 공부했던
So you have to develop some macro perspectives when you start your business. It's not just based on the idea that we got in your postgraduate course. Rather, if you do have a macro understanding of how the world is moving and the history, then I believe that you will be able to have a much solid foundation to start your business.
의학에서 굉장히 중요하게 생각하는 연구 방법론이
So
데이터
our goal was to conquer cancer. And we found that there was a new methodology coming out in the medicine field, which is the evidence-based medicine.
라는 걸 역사 공부를 통해서 알게 됐고
So by learning history, by studying history,
그러면 우리는 어떤 형태로
we found that and we got inspiration from that. So we thought that by applying AI, we can actually transition from evidence-based medicine to data-driven medicine. So I believe that having this kind of macro understanding and macro perspective is very important. So try to stay tuned with these macro trends.
그 솔루션 어떤 문제를 푸냐에 따라
Now, let's shift to solution.
저의 경험을 말씀드리면
So solution varies by the problems that you defined.
장점을 레버리지
But
하면 승률이 올라가겠죠.
if you leverage the strength that we have, of course, the success rate,
그리고
the possibility for success will, of course, go up.
이런 도메인에서 일을 했거든요.
So here you can see
예를 들면
that so we were involved in the cancer diagnostics and so on. And in the US, you see
그러니까 건강 검진
that although the medicine and healthcare industry is really in the high quality, but when it comes to diagnostics, I found that the US is not that advanced, whereas the Korea, we have a whole body scan and also the regular diagnostics, and we have a massive amount of data for diagnostics. And also Korea is very, very population dense, and especially Seoul, you can see that many medical centers and hospitals are concentrated in this area.
그래서 또 하나는
So I thought that this could be our strength, though, so we tried to leverage. And another strength that we tried to leverage and we found was a kind of strength that Asia has. So here you can see the images of the Asian woman's breast and the Western woman's breast. And Asian women tend to have very dense breast.
조직들이 많이 보이는 영상들 탈.
So even a large cancer lesion is difficult to detect.
근데 우리나라에는 이런 어려운 종류의 영상들이 더 많기 때문에
And Korean women, they tend to have a very dense breast. So I thought that if we could train AI with this difficult to detect images, then we'll be able to improve the performance of AI significantly. In other words, if you study with something that's very difficult, then it really helps you improving your academic performance. So I thought that that could be the strength that we could leverage. Another strength that we could rely on was the semiconductor. Korea is a big powerhouse in the semiconductor industry. So companies like the Rebellions or the Samsung, they're enjoying a very strong business nowadays. And the reason that they were able to be so strong is because we do have a strong ecosystem and unique value chain that includes the parts and components, foundries, and semiconductor chips, and so on. So we thought that we have to leverage Korea's strength in semiconductor industry to compete in the global market. Next is about sales and marketing.
한국 시장에 엄청나게 $1,000,000,000 마켓이 나오는 스페이스도 있습니다.
Of course, South Korea also has a strong demand in certain industries. For example, like if you are in the retail business, only having business in Korea, you can go to NASDAQ. You can be listed in NASDAQ. So that's the case of Coupang. But usually in other industries, I believe that the Korea market, the domestic market, is pretty small. So we really have to set our eyes onto the global market, and we have to have ambitious goals. But we have to begin with small steps, which means that we have to focus on a certain specific country.
경향은 사실 저희가 있는 헬스케어 스페이스에서 굉장히 두드러지는 특징이
And I believe that the healthcare Asian industry, where this kind of strategy really fits well, because Korea has a very low reimbursement price that's very beneficial for consumers, but from vendor manufacturer's perspective, the market is not that favorable. So we really had to go outside the Korea.
CEO를 맡고 있는 서범석 대표님이
Now, in order to go global, you have to have a lot of links with other foreign businesses. So the Mr. Seo, our co-CEO, he toured all around the world to establish connections and exchanges with foreign partners. And this is the way that you can overcome. Of course, if you start your business from the US, you may have had much stronger advantage in terms of the overseas connection. But still in Korea, even if you are in Korea, you do have a way. Next is about financing. So when you enter into the GTM, go-to-market strategy,
가장 탑 티어에 있는 VC랑
I believe what's important is to partner with the tier 1 VCs in the target market.
다들 그렇게 하고 싶으시겠죠?
That's my strong recommendation. Of course, everybody wants to have partnership with the top tier VCs, but it's not easy to do that.
가능성이 좀 커집니다.
But we really have to continuously knock on their doors
그래서 특히 저 VC
to form the partnership.
재무적인 관계로만 생각을 하는 사람들이
And I think some businesses in Korea, they tend to view their relationship with VC only for financial purposes.
괴롭히지 않았으면 좋겠다 뭐 이런 얘기를 하시는 분들.
So after investment, they don't want VCs to be involved in their management or operation. But that's not really an ideal partnership. If you have great VCs, then you can actually get assistance and help from VC, and they will help you grow your business. So the Anderson Horowitz in the US or the Squire, I think that these are the exemplary cases for good venture capitals. They not only make investment, they help companies grow
그래서
together.
이게 인베스트먼트라기보다는 파트너십에 가까워요.
So, for example, like Anderson Horowitz, what they pursue is not just a financial investment, they pursue partnership, joint growth.
수많은 어떤
So you have to review the track records and also experiences of the VCs, and you have to learn from them.
그래서 펀딩 받을 때도
So when you receive financing, when you raise financing, you have to get that from top-tier good VCs.
일본 같은 키 타겟 마켓
And fortunately,
파트너십을
we were able to partner with the top-tier VCs in our target markets like the US or the Europe,
그리고 이제 IPO
and we received the investments from them. Next is about IPO. IPO, of course, is not the one and only solution or option that we could have.
코스닥 IPO를 말씀드리는
There are many other options as well, but IPO is an important option. And I hope that the Kosdaq market will become more attractive to foreign investors. So I would like to suggest a few ways for improvement for Kosdaq markets based on our experiences. So when you go for IPO,
기존에 투자했던 VC들이
existing VCOs are not allowed to participate in IPO under the Korean law, but NASDAQ is different. The existing investor can continue to follow and make investments even after and during the IPO. But in Korea, it is banned for VCs, existing VCs, to participate in the IPO process. So from the perspectives of foreign investors, the law and the regulation in Korea seems to be very weird. And I believe that actually makes Korean company less attractive for foreign investors before IPO. So I think this is one area that we can work on.
정도쯤 이제 이사회 구성에 좀 더 이제 신경을
And also we have to pay more attention to establish the board organizations before IPO. I understand that the board of directors is very strong in the US, whereas Korea, we are still in a sort of early phase. So we have to build a productive and diverse board of directors. And with this setting, you can get investment from foreign investors maybe easily. And also we have to have a good IR balance between domestic and international investors. And also we should get rid of the perception that founders equal owners.
최대한 다이버스하고 그다음에 실제로 비즈니스 경영
So we tried to build a diverse mix for the board of directors with people with experiences. Next is about the inorganic growth.
다른 부분이 있어서
And I think that there is a difference between Korea and the US.
보면 95%가 M&A.
So 95%, according to the US statistics for MVCA, is through M&A, whereas Korea, you can see that the sell-off represents less than 50%, including restructuring. So the actual M&A, I believe, represents very small portion in Korea. So I believe that there should be more exits through M&A, then that will open a better way for entrepreneurs to start their businesses. And this will also facilitate business creation. So this is one area that we have to improve. Another interesting trend is that in the M&A market, if you look at who acquire company, you can see that there is a decrease in large companies, whereas the mid-sized companies are becoming the main agent for acquiring companies. So although we are not really in a mid-size, but recently we also acquired a New Zealand company for M&A. So I believe that you have to have some new perspectives in looking for partners or the companies that can acquire yours. And so you should not just look for large companies. Even the mid-sized companies can be a very attractive purchaser. When I started my business, I learned a lot from my colleagues, from my seniors. Thanks to their assistance and help, I was able to reduce trial and error. I was able to dream big. So I thought that my case is very fortunate. But if you go to Silicon Valley, you will find that there are many numerous channels where you can get those assistance. So you can get help from the venture capitalist or the board of directors, advisors. But in Korea, I believe that we don't really have the favorable environment. But with the passage of time, we'll be able to see some improvement. That's why I am here, and I always try to take part in the opportunities where I can network with other entrepreneurs. So growing Lunit is very important mission, of course, for me. But I believe cultivating a favorable ecosystem for future entrepreneurs in Korea is also an important mission. That's why I'm actively engaged in this kind of meeting. And with that, thank you very much.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much,
백승우
Mr.
의장님의
Sung Pak.
발표였습니다. 다음은 오전
The next
세션의
presentation will be the last presentation of the morning session. The founder and CTO of Rainbow Robotics and also chair professor at KAIST, Professor Junho Oh. He will be talking about the foundation and funding technology product, Rainbow Robotics and CVC.
예, 제가 이
Well,
초청을 받게 된 거는
I was invited to this event
관련돼 있어서 아마 제가
because I have some relationship with the CVC, and also the robotics is quite hot industry nowadays. So I think I can share my experience of how we attracted investment and what we have been doing and what we are doing. We opened up the company in 2011, and currently we have about our own capital of 10 billion Korean won. We are researching the humanoid robot.
이게 코스닥 10위입니다. 숫자로.
And in terms of the number, our market capitalization in Kosdaq is 12th. And
이제 저희는 그 인간 로봇 기반으로 해서
while we are based our technology and the product on the humanoid robot, and the core parts and components for the robots are all internalized, and that's our vision from alpha to omega. So that's our vision to internalize all the parts and components for the robots. We have the president of KAIST, but I want to just talk about this. We donated 2% of our stock equity to the company, to the university when we started. And my knowledge is that the school sold that, and that was like 5 billion Korean won. But if the university didn't sell it and keep it, then it's going to be like 5 or 6 times more in value now. This is the news article from last year. It shows that the companies, the listed companies in Korea, whose capitalization is more than 2 trillion won. And then of the executives there, non-owner executives, value of shares held by non-owner executives, actually 3 are from my company. The CEO of the Jong-ho Lee of Rainbow Robotics is the number 1. Of that, the value of shares held by non-owner executives. So we have like 2 to 3 in top 10.
저희가 이제 그 창업 이후로 어떤 식으로
So after we open up the company, we'd like to share the investment history.
처음에 창업할 당시에
When we started our businesses,
일을 많이 하시는데 저희는 그 창업을 한 것이 아니라
it was not kind of just to open up the
주문이 들어왔습니다. 이걸
businesses. Actually, we got an order, 6 from the US
그때 저희가 가격을
and 2 from Singapore. And the price for the Hubo was $400,000. However, it was not possible to actually manufacture and maintain those Hubo at the school. So that's why we had to open up the business. So we recruited and we asked the graduate students working with us. And that person is currently the CEO of the company. So the university provided some support, and I believe that the company was able to attract 3 billion Korean won to develop the robotics, the humanoid robots, and also the tracking materials for the aerospace. And there was a DARPA robot exchange. There was a quite big event in this arena. And we were so successful in the contest, so we became the #1. And then there was the Team KAIST. The name was the Team KAIST. However, that was organized and supported by the Rainbow Robotics as a company. And after the name of the company was known, then the China, US, and Japanese investors wanted to invest into my company. So although the company's structure was a corporate structure, but we were not ready at the time. So we were just saying no to the investment offers. And the next year, there are some organizations that help the IPO, and there was a boutique called Kudos, and that company was providing support and the consulting to the company that is preparing for the listing IPO. So the company helped us, and they said that Rainbow Robotics can actually go public. So we're not ready, I believe, but still we tried. And they actually provided some picture roadmap for the business perspective. From the business perspective, the Kudos Venture, the Korea Investment Partners, KTB Network, and SBI Investment, they participated in the investment offer. And at the time, our sales was only about 2 to 3 billion. And as you know, whether it's a preferred stocks or the general stocks, there are different types of the stocks or the convertibles. For the preferred or the convertibles, they are a bit risky, so we have to, we think a safer way is better for us. So we prefer that option, which is the general stock, although it may reduce our valuation. So some venture capitals wanted to join. Also, Kudos Ventures, they also, as I said, that's a boutique company, and that company actually made a lot of money from our listing. So there is nothing requisite for the general share or the general stock listing. So we focused on the humanoid robot, but that was not a cash cow at the time. So we thought about what need to be developed so that we can make money in the existing market. It takes a lot of time to actually create a new market. So it's better than that we go into the red ocean, which is the cobot collaboration robot. So with investment, and then we tried to develop our cobot. So we got an investment in spring, and the next year we prepare more. And then I remember it is 2018. And the news article said that Rainbow Robotics is likely to be listed this year. So we were quite popular, but we failed at the preliminary listing review because we don't have enough sales at the time. because we only had a development work going on. So we tried again. So we had about 4 billion won in sales. So in we were able to pass the approval process by the Securities Exchange in 2000, and then get listed in the 2000 the Kosdaq in 2021. So there were no references for this type of businesses before. So public offering price was quite low. It was only 10,000 Korean won. However, at the time, the stock market was so good. So the competition for the public offering is announced. We were able to record the highest competition rate for the public offering, which was 1,500 to 1. So, and for 2 days or 3 days after the listing, the stock price doubled or tripled. And after 6 months from the listing, the stock price has been stabilized, starting from 10,000 to 30,000, and then a little bit higher than 20,000. And we issued the CV. It's not because we didn't have money, but some people outside of the company, the investors, wanted to buy our CV. So as a hedging instrument, we decided to issue a CV. I believe that it raised about 18 billion won. For the listing, we were able to raise about 26 billion won then there. So the situation was quite good because the interest rate was low, and then after the CV right comes around, then they will just buy them back, and then we had a buyback option, which is the call option. The call option was very important for us at that time. And the lockup was 2 years, and after the lockup period, which is 2023 February, the majority shareholder is about like 26% at the time. And the major shareholders cannot sell their stocks in the market, so block deal was the only way. So we were thinking about how we can go about it, and large company just contacted us, the big one, and then they provided a proposal actually for the M&A. So we had an interview. We are about to have interview with the CEO of that company, but there was a call from the Samsung Electronics at the time point. So I met some executives of the Samsung Electronics, and then the VP of the investment at the Samsung Electronics. And I said that, well, we are discussing the deal with another company. Then after 2 days, I saw the CFO of the Samsung Group. And then in a week, if we are not able to close the deal, then I have to close the deal with another company. That's what I said. And then after that, in 2 days, the Samsung Electronics wanted to continue with the negotiation for this deal. So what I heard from Samsung Electronics was that that was the fastest decision that the Samsung Electronics made, because they usually take at least 6 months, but it was only a week for us. That was like October in 2022. Then the legal team of the Samsung Electronics came to us for the due diligence and others. And actually, I think that the legal affairs is really important. So they check every piece and every details of us and all the accountings in order to see if there is anything wrong, and if there is any areas for the improvement, they just fix it and made an improvement, and took about more than 2 to 3 months. So it was planned to close the deal and then announce it in November. But that was really fast still. So under the embargo, we worked on it. Only 3 people, even at the Rainbow Robotics, knew about it.
12월 31일 날 종가를 기준으로 해서 시가를 결정하고
So we decided the stock price as of 31st of December 2022. And actually, the market price is really important to set the price for the equity. So whether it's an ending price or the average price for a month or for 3 months, so that's quite important. So we set about 3 different standards and then go for the lowest one and plus the block deal discount 10%. So at the end of the day, the stock price that were acquired by the Samsung Electronics were determined to be 30,400 and 10% the expansion. We didn't talk about it at the time because that was based on the M&A. So the Samsung Electronics was the direct party, so it's not the corporate CVC, and therefore it's not regulated by the relevant law or regulations. So actually at the time, the paid-in capital increase of 10% and 5% buying of the existing shares. So the total of the 14.8% of the shares. So that was discussed, which was 60 billion, and for the existing shares, about 30 billion. So they were acquired. These shares are acquired. And after that, and actually the option is important. The first option is that within 3 years, the management right is acquired, meaning that the 50% of the equity that the largest shareholders are holding can be sold to Samsung. Then the Samsung's portion would increase to 35%. Then the largest shareholders' share will comes down to 25%. And of course, the price is already set. When we decided the first round of the deal, which is 30,400 and plus 20%. And that we have to, of course, factor in the possibility of the stock price fluctuation of the time. So 30% of the current stock price. So let's say with the current stock price, the to be acquired stock price would be somewhere between 60,000 Korean won. So that's the second option. The second option is that the remaining shares will be bought, and in the meantime, we just cannot sell or buy our shares. We always have to discuss with the Samsung Electronics. That's where we are at. But there is a dilemma in the market. The market cap of the company goes up, then the buying price will go up. So for the company who is buying this startup, maybe want to have a lower market cap, but it's not the right direction to go. So we want to develop our company, so that's why we are working very hard. I talked about the call option, 40% of the call option, which was at 20,000 at the time. 20,000 won at the time, except for the executives. The employees were given, the newcomers, the new employees were given these shares because we are not able to provide a stock option at the time. So the company's newcomers were given quite a lot, huge amount of the stocks. And I had a 70% of the equity. about 50%, I think.
그걸 굉장히 많은 부분을 집어넣는데 우리
And a lot of portion of it were provided to the company employees as the employee stock ownership plan, the call option, and then the employee stock ownership plans were all fully utilized. But here, the executives are not included.
40명으로 나눴을 때 지금 시가로 했더니 1인당 27억입니다.
So
1인당 평직원이.
The employee of the company who worked in the beginning, like who were in their 20s, were given about 2.7 billion won in value with the stocks. So I just wanted to talk about, as a founder, how we can build a trust among the employees and the team members. Because of the time constraint, I will just jump into my conclusion. We have 11 employees who have PhD, and out of them, 9 are my students. They are very unique and they are very cooperative with each other. And I think that requires the trust to the founder. So when we had a listing review for the IPO, well, I realized that I haven't seen any accounting book from the foundation of the company in 2011. And as we prepare for the listing, people who came to the company for the audit, they said that, this is really interesting because the executives, the CEO haven't never saw the accounting books. And there is no money actually went out, meaning that we just earn money, make money, and then we just hold it. And I didn't receive wage during the early stage because I was a professor, so I received only the fee for advisoryship. So these are the products that we are working on, serving a robot, and AMR, which is very hot these days, and humanoid robot, and quadruped robot. Well, we also have more recent models, but we cannot just disclose it now. And of course, humanoid robot. And as for the object in the aerospace, we are actually doing a lot of things on it, tracking the satellite. So this is the one for that. When it comes to the sales, well, the sales is not that much. I mean, for this year, we believe that about 20 billion is likely. And as I said, Samsung has about holding 60, and the largest shareholder, 43%. So here you see Jong-ho Lee, the CEO of the company, and most of them are from KAIST. And as I said, the R&D engineers account for the most of the employees. And more than half of the R&D engineers are working on the technology that are not related to the sales. I mean, they are working on the humanoid core technology and others. And we had 50 billion Korean won even before the Samsung deal, and we were in surplus. And we are still in surplus, and we have 110 billion in our account. So actually, we said that we don't want to have an M&A with the Samsung because we have money, we have cash, and we have sales. We don't want to be acquired, and Samsung wanted to buy us and merge us. So, many people tried to get investment, but we didn't do that. We just sit on our seat. And then Samsung came to us and wanted to buy us. So I don't know how much I can help you in many ways, but I hope that my story can inspire you a little
네,
bit.
감사합니다.
Thank you very much,
CTO님의 발표 잘
CTO
들었습니다.
준호 Oh.
다시 한번 오전 세션에 좋은
So once
말씀
again,
해주신
we would
네
like
분의
to thank
연사님들께
the
큰 박수
four speakers
부탁드립니다.
for the morning session for their great presentations. Why don't you give them a round of applause?
네. 그리고 먼저 앞줄의 VIP 분들은 오찬 세션을 위해
And
먼저
VIPs in
안내에
the
따라
front
퇴장해
row,
주시기
front row,
바랍니다.
you are invited to
그럼 이것으로
luncheon.
오전
So please
세션을
leave the
모두
hall now.
마치도록
This will
하겠습니다.
conclude the morning
점심 식사
session.
진행 후
After
1시
lunch, the afternoon
30분에
session will begin
이곳에서
here
오후
at
세션이
1:30
진행될
p.m.
예정이오니 식사 맛있게
So
하시고
please
잠시
enjoy your
후에
meal,
뵙도록
and we
하겠습니다.
look forward to
오후
seeing you
세션에
shortly.
참석하시는 VIP 자리 세팅을
We
위해서
kindly ask
모든 짐은
that you take
가지고
all your
퇴실
belongings with you,
부탁드립니다.
as the room will be
입구에 있는
reset for
등록
VIP
데스크에서
sitting
식권을
during the afternoon
제공해드리고
session.
있으니까요. 나가실
Meal
때 꼭
tickets are
받으시기
available at the
바라고요.
registration desk
식사권은
near the
본행사장의
entrance, so
맞은편에
please make sure
위치한
that you pick up one
농업생명과학대학의
on your
5층
way out. The meal
학생식당에서
tickets can be
사용하실 수
used at the
있습니다.
student cafeteria
그리고
on the
오후
5th floor of
세션에는
the
또
College of
푸짐한
Agriculture and Life Sciences.
네, 오후 세션이 곧 시작될 예정입니다. 자리에 착석해 주시기 바랍니다. The afternoon session will begin shortly, so please take your seats. 다시 한번 말씀드리겠습니다. 행사가 곧 시작되오니 자리에 착석해 주시기 바랍니다. The event will begin shortly, so please take your seats inside the auditorium. 네, 여러분 안녕하십니까?
Good afternoon.
서울대학교와 카이스트 그리고 중앙홀딩스에서
I'd like to welcome you all to this
2024년
Startup
혁신창업
Nation
국가
Korea
대한민국 국제 심포지엄에
2024
참석해 주신
organized by Seoul
여러분들께
National University,
감사의
KAIST
인사
and Jungwang
올리겠습니다.
Holdings.
저는 오늘 사회를 맡은 아나운서
My name is
전송초입니다.
전송초 and I'll be your MC for today. Very nice to see you.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very
먼저
much.
이번 행사에 뜨거운 관심을 가지고
First of all,
바쁘신
I'd like to
와중에도
express my
각지로부터
deepest
먼길
gratitude and warm
마다하고
welcome
자리에
to all the
함께해 주신
participants who have
여러분들께
traveled
깊은
from
감사와
various
환영의
regions to join
말씀을
us here
전합니다.
today, despite
올해로
your very busy
3년째
schedule.
진행되는 이번
Now,
행사는
in its third
대학,
year, this event
연구기관,
brings together
투자자,
various
창업가,
stakeholders, including
언론인,
universities,
학생 등
research
다양한
institutions,
관계자가
investors,
한 자리에
entrepreneurs,
모여
journalists, and
대한민국
students,
혁신창업
to discuss
생태계
strategies
활성화 방안을
to
논의하기
revitalize the
위해
innovation
마련된
startup
자리입니다.
ecosystem in Korea. Korea.
오늘 심포지엄은
For
한국어와
today's
영어
event,
동시
simultaneous
통역이
interpretation in
제공되는데요.
Korean
1번
and English is
채널에서는
provided.
한국어,
You
2번
can listen to the
채널에서는
Korean
영어로
interpretation
들으실
on
수
channel
있습니다.
1 and English on
For
channel
today's
2.
symposium, simultaneous interpretation is available in both Korean and English. You can listen to Korean on channel 1 and English on channel 2. 오늘 행사의 진행 순서는 서울대학교
So today's
유홍님
event will
총장님의
begin with the
개회사를
opening
시작으로
address by the president
축사와
of Seoul National
환영사가
University,
진행될 예정이며
and then
이어서 공모전 경과
followed
보고
by
및
congratulatory
시상식,
remarks and welcome
선포식
speech.
등이
Afterwards,
진행된
we'll
후
proceed with a
수상기업의
report on the
발표와
progress of the
창업
competition,
샘택
award
생태계
ceremony,
리포트 발표 후
and a proclamation
기조
ceremony.
강연과
Then
진행될
it will be
예정입니다.
followed by
또한
presentations by the
행운권
award-winning
추첨을 통해
companies and
다양한
keynote
경품을
lecture
드릴
along with the panel
예정이오니
discussion.
끝까지
There will also be a
함께
lucky
하시어
draw at
창업의
the
새로운
end of
방향에
the
대한
event,
의견도
so please stay with us
나눠보시면
until the end
좋겠습니다.
and share your valuable insights on
자,
the future
그럼
directions
지금부터
of innovation and
2024년
startups.
혁신
Now let us
창업국가
officially begin the
대한민국 국제
2024
심포지엄을
Startup Nation
시작하겠습니다.
Korea 2024.
네, 지금 보신
So
오프닝
with this
영상처럼
opening video,
힘차게
let's
오늘
kick off
행사를
today's event
시작해보도록
with great
하겠습니다.
enthusiasm.
먼저 오늘 이렇게
First, we'll
소중한
begin with
자리를
the
마련해
open
주신
remarks
서울대학교 유홍님
from
총장님께서
Dr. Yu Hong-nim, president
개회사로
of Seoul
문을
National University, who has
열어주시겠습니다. 큰
graciously
박수로 맞이해
organized
주시기
this great
바랍니다.
event. Please welcome him with a big hand.
예, 안녕하십니까.
Good afternoon.
서울대학교 총장
I am Yu Hong-nim, president of Seoul National University.
우선 매우 뜻깊은
Let me
행사입니다.
extend my warm welcome to all the
대한민국
participants
국제 심포지엄에
attending this
참석해 주신
International Symposium on Startup Nation Korea 2024.
2022년부터
Since 2022,
서울대학교와 카이스트,
Seoul National University, KAIST, and 중앙일보 have jointly hosted this Startup Nation Korea 2024 International Symposium. This event aims to promote the development of Korea's innovation ecosystem and explore ways for our innovative startups to scale up and expand globally. I would like to express my deepest gratitude to Vice Minister from the Ministry of Science and ICT who just visited us, and also the Park Sang-uk, Senior Secretary for Science and Technology. Thank you very much. We also have the President of KAIST being with us. And also I would like to thank the Hong Seok-hyun, Chairman of the Jungang Holdings, and also the President Lee Kwang-hyung of KAIST for their dedicated efforts to organize this event. Korea stands at a crossroads of growth and stagnation as we navigate the significant transformation brought by the Fourth Industrial Revolution. At this intersection of crisis and opportunity, the vision of the startup nation is a core strategy for Korea to continue to enjoy its sustainable growth. Our mission in achieving this vision is to create an innovation ecosystem. This ecosystem should be a continuously evolving system where researchers, entrepreneurs, investors, and the government work together to generate new industries, products, and platforms, all based on leading research and development. This innovation ecosystem advances through a virtuous circle that combines the knowledge and the commercial ecosystems, and from education to research, and from research to technology development, from technology development to commercialization,
그리고 사업화의 성공을 통한
and reinvestment
교육과
into
연구의
education and
재투자로
research
이
through
선순환은
successful
과정을
commercialization.
통해 발전합니다.
So through this virtuous circle, we can
한국의
enjoy
혁신
strong
생태계는
growth.
아직
However,
상대적으로
Korea's
취약한
innovation
수준에
ecosystem
놓여
remains relatively weak.
있습니다.
According to CB Insights data from July of this year, there are 1,243 unicorn companies worldwide, with the US leading with 670, followed by China with 167 and India 70. So these three countries rank first, second, and third respectively. In contrast, Korea has only 15. Korea has achieved significant growth through the fast follower model, which relied heavily on government planning and regulation. However, the experiences of compressed and accelerated growth during the industrialization era have led to risk aversion rather than encouraging challenge and innovation. And this can be seen in the over 95% success rate of government research projects. Now is the time for Korea to move away from the fast follower model and become a first mover. We really have to gather our wisdom and capabilities of our entire society to build this innovation ecosystem. As we mark the third year of the Startup Nation Korea 2024, this event goes beyond discussing future possibilities. It's a forum for exploring how to turn those possibilities into reality. During the morning session, leading entrepreneurs and investors from Korea share their valuable experiences and ideas. In the afternoon session, renowned speakers from abroad will share their insights. Additionally, we will hold an award ceremony for outstanding startups from the Innovation Startup Competition and presentations from the winning companies, a report on the startup ecosystem, and a panel discussion on the role of large corporations and CVCs in the startup ecosystem. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to all the entrepreneurs and experts who will be speaking today, especially those who have traveled from afar to join us at Seoul National University. I also hope that everyone attending today finds this symposium a rewarding and very informative experience. By bringing our collective intention together, commitments together, I hope this event will contribute significantly to the development of Korea's innovation ecosystem and the spread of a vibrant startup culture. Thank you very much.
네, 총장님 말씀
Thank you
잘
very
들었습니다. 따뜻한 환영의 말씀과 오늘
Thank you
행사의
for
의미에
your
대해
warm
잘
remarks.
들었습니다. 다시 한번
Welcome and for
감사드립니다.
sharing the significance of today's
다음은
event.
대통령실
Next, we'd like
박상우
to invite
과학기술수석
Sang-woo
비서관님께서
Park, the Senior
축사를
Secretary for
이어주시겠습니다.
Science and Technology at
큰
the
박수로
Office of the
맞이해주십시오.
President for the congratulatory address. Please welcome. Good afternoon. As introduced, my name is Sang-woo Park, the Senior Secretary for Science and Technology at the Office of President. The research institutions, investors, and the founders, media, students, school, and the government, all different stakeholders are gathering together at the Symposium for the Startup Nation Korea 2024 for a discussion of the future of the startup of Korea. It has been 3 years so far, so I congratulate it. Well, there was a first symposium at the Seoul National University in 2022. At the time, I was a professor, and I was a professor majoring in the science and technology policy, so I was one of the audience. And it's really meaningful for me to stand before you today. Representing Korean government, I am here to congratulate this event. I really appreciate Seok Hyun-hong, the chair of the Jungang Holdings, and also the President Hong Lim-yu of the Seoul National University, and and Kwang Hyung Lee, the president of KAIST. I really appreciate your efforts and also appreciate all the startups who are participating in this event. The Nature Index, or EU's biweekly Science and Technology Innovation Scoreboard, show that the ecosystem of Korean startup, saying that there is a strength in investment into R&D, and the private sector's number of the patent is also mentioned as a strength of the Korean ecosystem for the startup. But at the same time, the commercialization from the technologies developed in the government area and the institutionalization or the globalization of the R&D efforts achievement are a weakness. So the Korean government will focus on globalizing the R&D efforts and the outcome into the market. And also, this would be a very big project for the government to proceed. It is a challenging issue, so it will take a little bit of time. So at the end of this year or next year early, there will be a government roadmap for the commercializing the technologies and science research development outcome. So if I share a little bit, the deep tech startups will be supported so that they can open their own businesses. And then government-supported research institutions will be more supported in introducing and transferring technologies. So there will be a market principle working on. So not just the developers, but also all the stakeholders can be enjoying the return of their efforts, and also the result from the R&D efforts can actually virtuously circled into another round of the development. And also merger and acquisition will be facilitated so that startups will have an easier way for the exit, and the digital platform companies, they are very actively doing the incubating works, and they will be also supported so that we can actually strengthen the private ecosystem. So it's not going to be just a government-led ecosystem only, so that would be the ecosystem also supported by the private sector for the startups. In September, late September, there will be the plan announced to facilitate science and technology studies. So that plan will propel and promote the science and technology majors that make students dream bigger and higher. So that's the essence of that plan. And there are many detailed plans. There will be also the support for the science and technology majoring students to open and start their businesses. And that will create a good quality job creation in this area. And the failures will be accepted. And students and the talents in the science and technology area can actually grow their dream. And in addition, late September, there will be a establishment of the committee on the National AI Committee. So the transformation in the AI will be announced involving pan-government efforts. When it comes to the nature of the AI, actually the startups are so important players. Startups and the researchers will be enjoying the open public AI data center so that they can utilize the AI resources for themselves. A few days ago, the president went to Gwangju discussion, and there the president shared the plan to support the energy storage center, and that will be related to the AI support too. The Startup Nation Korea 2024 Symposium would be a great opportunity where the relevant stakeholders, like the future startups, the academic experts and industry experts, and also the investors, to think about the future of this area. And I believe that this kind of a symposium is really important to all of us. Your insight and your ideas will help the government to expand and support you better. Thank you.
네, 뜻깊은 말씀
Thank you very much.
감사드립니다. 이어서 카이스트
We will
이광형
have
총장님의
the president of
환영사가
KAIST,
있겠습니다.
광형
큰
Lee.
박수 부탁드립니다.
네, 안녕하십니까? 카이스트
So good afternoon. I am Lee Kwang-hyung, President of KAIST. Distinguished guests and startups and entrepreneurs.
만나뵈어 반갑습니다.
Very nice to see you.
오늘 혁신창업 국가 대한민국 심포지엄에 참석해 주신
I would like to extend my warmest welcome to all the attendees of this International Symposium Startup Nation Korea 2024. In particular, my special thanks goes to the Senior Secretary Park Sang-wook for Science and Technology Affairs at the Presidential Office, and also President Yu Hong-nim of Seoul National University and Director Kim Myung-ja of KAIST for gracing us with their presence. Especially, my special thanks goes to Hong Seok-hyun, Chairman of the Jungang Holdings. 4 years ago, he mentioned that the future of Korea lies with innovation and startups. And since then, together with the KAIST and Seoul University, we created momentum, and also Jungang Holdings supported us a lot. That's why this event was born, and we are now marking the 3rd year this year.
여러분 오늘 참석한 여러분의 도전과 열정이 대한민국을
Your passion and enthusiasm will make Korea a better place to live.
또한 여러분의 혁신적인 기술과
And your innovation and your creative idea and your technology in energy, bio, AI, space, and aeronautics, I believe that they are actually creating and bringing new possibilities to Korea and to our lives. As we mark the 3rd year anniversary, the Startup Nation Korea International Symposium is a great occasion which brings together the startups and entrepreneurs at home and abroad to contribute to the creation of an innovative ecosystem for Korea. And if you look at the awardees for the competition this year, actually they are much better than the last year's winners, I guess. And I think this itself speaks for the improvement and innovation that we pursue. And as a hub for entrepreneurs, KAIST is supporting actively for deep tech and scientific innovation. We put emphasis on scientific innovation, and we also try our best to contribute to the creation of the ecosystem for entrepreneurs to flourish and thrive. KAIST had simplified the procedure for starting a business for professors, so we improved a lot of systems. And today, a professor submits a document for the business startups, then only in 1 month he becomes ready to go. And also, in order to lessen the burdens for students to start their businesses, we also removed the restrictions on the number of years that they can take off. With this improvement and streamlining, about 130 companies were founded by KAIST students and professors. So the senior secretary just mentioned that the Korean government is also setting up measures to support startups. And in this regard, I would like to make some proposal that many students, they start their businesses. And at the beginning, they start their businesses in the incubation centers of universities, and they're given 1 room. However, only after a year, they have to leave, and there is no space for them to continue to work. So 1 year is never enough. Even after 1 year since the start of your business, you're still in the toddler phase in 1 year. So please give them the space so that they can continue to work. I sincerely hope that this symposium will offer us a great opportunity to pursue innovation and thriving ecosystem for startups. And I sincerely hope that we can create a better future together. And last but not least, I would like to extend my gratitude to those who come from overseas to join us, and congratulations to award winners. And with that, thank you very much.
네,
Thank
좋은
you.
말씀해주신
Thank you very
이광영
much,
총장님께 다시
President
한번
Kwang Hyung Lee.
감사드립니다. 이어서 중앙홀딩스
Now we will
홍석현
hear a
부장님의
welcome address
환영사를
from
큰
Seok-hyun
박수와 함께
Hong, the chairman of
청해듣겠습니다.
Jungwang
네, 무대
Holdings.
위로
Please
오시죠.
join me in welcoming him with a big round of applause.
여러분 안녕하십니까?
Welcome everyone.
2024 혁신창업
I sincerely
국가
welcome
대한민국
all of you to
국제
the
심포지엄에
Startup
오신 것을
Nation Korea
환영합니다.
2024 Symposium.
먼 길을 와주신
I
글로벌
really
벤처 캐피털
appreciate
SOSV의 모하나이어 대표
Mr. Mohanayo
일본 DG 다이와
from
벤처스의
the SOSV
나카지마
and Mr.
Junichi
Nakajima Junichi
일본
from
벤처
DG Daiwa
캐피털
Venture,
고지
and also
도모나카
Mr. Goji
회장께
Domotaka
감사의 인사를
from the ETC for
함께
traveling a
국제
long
심포지엄을
distance.
이끌어온
And I
서울대
also appreciate Hong-Lim Yu, the president of Seoul National University, and also Kwang Hyung Lee, the president of KAIST, for their support and cooperation. And also, I'd like to appreciate the support from the National Research Council of the Science and Technology. Seoul National University and KAIST and we have been working together to put up the Startup Nation Korea 2024 Symposium. This year marks the third year of it. There was a series in the Jungang Daily which was about identifying innovative startups. And it has been done for 4 years. Because of the high interest rate and the COVID-19 pandemic, the global economy has been struggling. But still, the R&D-based deep tech startup ecosystem in Korea has been experiencing significant and meaningful changes. Deep tech startups, which are originated from the universities or the government-supported research institutions, they are growing quite strongly. They went for IPO successfully, or they are acquired or merged by the large companies. So they are now strong players in the ecosystem. Professor Juno Oh, who was the morning session presenter, is the role model of the Korean deep tech ecosystem. His nickname is the Dad, the Hubo Dad. Actually, he is the renowned robotics researcher. And in 2000, he was able to establish Rainbow Robotics, and in 10 years, he was able to successfully list this company on Kosdaq. And early next year, the Samsung Electronics invested 86.7 billion won, acquiring about 15% of the shares. Samsung Electronics will increase the share up to 60% by 2029 through the call option deal. The accumulated investment is likely to be over 1 trillion. Samsung sees the robotics as one of the driving technology for the future. Still, the startup ecosystem is in its early stage, but at the same time, the large companies have their own competence, and that can be merged together. That's a good example shown by the Rainbow Robotics. And also we have other good examples too. From KAIST, Neocom Bio, Humaster, and Shift Bio, these kind of the startups were identified by us from KAIST alone. And Narma from the National Research Center of the Aerospace, PMI Bio, are also identified from the Korean Research Center of the Chemistry. So their stories, successful stories clearly shows that we are able to overcome the challenges posed by the limited ecosystem of the past. In France, Vivatech is the largest startup event in Europe, and President Macron, after he became the president, the technological innovation and the ecosystem for the startup have been very much consolidated. And the similar story can be found in Japan. There was a 5-year plan for the startups announced in 2022, and by 2027, 100,000 startups will be established and 100 unicorn companies will be promoted. That's the plan. So these two countries are focusing on the innovative tech startups in order to revive their technology and economy and try to become the first mover. Israel, the founder company, is not just a startup company now, a startup nation now. It's like to become the unicorn nation. If you look at the name of this symposium, the startup nation Korea, the innovative nation for the startups, that would be our vision. Hongnu in Seoul can be the Boston Trust, where many companies and many research institutions are located together, and the Daejeon can become the Silicon Valley of Korea. Everyone here will lead the country to the first mover country in the 21st century. Thank you very much.
네, 홍석현 회장님 좋은 말씀
Thank you. That was the
감사드립니다.
speech by Hong Seok-hyun, chairman of Jungwon
네,
Holdings.
다음으로는 대한민국 혁신창업
Next,
시상식을 진행하기에 앞서
Before proceeding with the
2024년
2024 Startup Nation Korea ceremony, we would like to have a progress report on the competition, and the report will be presented by Dr. Kim Kyung-hwan, Dean of the Global Entrepreneurship Career School at Seongkyungan University. Please welcome him with a big hand.
Well, thank you. I am Kyung-hwan Kim, and I will report the result of the Korea Innovation Startup Awards. I am Kyung-hwan Kim, the Dean of the Graduate School of Global Entrepreneurship at Seongkyungan University. Well, first of all, I'd like to congratulate you on the successful hosting of the International Symposium, and I will share the result of this year's award. In accordance with Article 2 of the Support for Small and Medium Business Startup Act, the competition was open to startups that have been established for less than 7 years, and as per Article 25 of the same law, for startups in new industry, the eligibility extends to companies that have been established for more than 10 years. This year, the Korean Innovative Startup Awards competition accepted application for about 1 month from July 19th to August 20, and a total of deep tech companies, like a total of 64 deep tech startups made an outstanding R&D results submitted application. I really express my gratitude for them. Based on the recommendations from the hosting and sponsoring organizations, we invited experts with strong knowledges in innovative entrepreneurship and investment experiences and innovative startups to form a panel of 11 judges. Based on the application materials submitted by each company, we conducted an initial evaluation and held a final judging session on August 27. We comprehensively considered the innovation of the applicants' technology, growth potential, and current achievement and performance, and selected a total of 6 startups. The final award-winning startups, first for the Minister of Science and ICT Award, we have selected Sendar Energy, a company leading next-generation energy storage technology, and also the TX, which has developed an AI-based medical solution, significantly improving diagnostic accuracy and driving innovation in the field of precision medicine. And for the KAIST President Award, we selected Go Bio Lab, which lead the healthcare industry with the new probiotics product. For the National University President Award, we have selected Pegri Aerospace, founded by a KAIST student entrepreneur, which is driving innovation in aerospace industry through the development of commercial spacecraft and satellite. For the chairman of Jungwon Holding Award, we have selected Algenomics, a company developing personalized therapeutics using gene editing technology. And for the chairman of the National Research Council of Science and Technology Award, Meditech was chosen for its innovative medical imaging analysis and diagnostic support solutions. I really congratulate all 6 companies. The process of selecting the awardees was highly challenging and involved intensive discussions. While the judging process was rigorous, as the chair of the judging committee, I am incredibly proud to see the outstanding achievement of innovative startups in our country through this competition. So I'm so happy and I'm so proud of them. Once again, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to the 6 award-winning companies, and I'm proud that today's event has served a platform to showcase outstanding examples of innovative entrepreneurship to audience. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 다시 한번
Thank you very
경과 후보에
much.
수고해 주신 김경환
So why don't you
원장님께
give
큰
another
박수
round of
부탁드립니다.
applause to Dr. Kim Kyung-hwan for his detailed progress report.
네, 이어서
We'll now
본격적으로
proceed
혁신창업
with the Innovation
시상식이
Startup Award
진행되겠습니다.
ceremony.
이번 시상식은
This ceremony will
R&D
honor
성과를
companies that have
활용한
demonstrated
기특형
exceptional
스타트업
achievements
중에서 우수한 성과를 창출하거나
using R&D
혁신창업
results
활성화에 기여한
or have
기업을
contributed
선정해
to the
상을
vitalization of the
수여하겠습니다.
innovation startup
과학기술정보통신부
ecosystem.
장관상 2점,
We'll present a
서울대학교
total
총장상
6 awards,
1점,
2 from the
카이스트
Ministry of Science and
총장상
ICT,
1점,
1 from
중앙홀딩스
Seoul
회장상
National University,
1점,
1 from KAIST, and 1 from Chungang Holdings, and 1 from the National Research Council of Science and Technology, so total 6 awards. Please note that due to limited spaces at the front of the stage, individual photo opportunities may be restricted. We kindly ask that any additional bouquet you have prepared be given to the recipient after the ceremony.
We'll
now, on behalf of the Vice Minister of the Science and ICT, we would like to invite the Director Choi Yoon-ok to the stage for the award ceremony.
네, 이제 과학기술정보통신부 장관상
So we'll
시상이
now present the
있겠습니다.
Minister of
호명되신
Science and ICT
수상자께서는
Award.
무대 위로 올라와
As I call your
주시기
name,
바랍니다.
please come forward to the stage.
매치섹스 주식회사 대표이사 김진영,
김진영, CEO of
스탠다드 에너지
Metisex.
주식회사 대표이사 김부기,
Kim CEO of Standard Energy. Please come forward.
상장
Innovation Startup Award to
매티섹스
Metisex
주식회사
Corporation.
기사는 과학기술
As an
역량을
outstanding
활용한
startup utilizing
기술
scientific and
2024년
technological
대한민국
capabilities,
혁신창업상
your company has
공모전에서
achieved remarkable
이와 같이
success in
우수한
the
성적을
2024
거두었으므로 이 상장을
Startup
수여합니다.
Nation
2024년
2024
과학기술정보통신부
competition.
장관
We hereby
인상임.
present this award.
네, 축하드립니다. 박수
Congratulations.
부탁드립니다. 네, 수상자에게는
The
상장과
awardees
상패
will
그리고
receive
꽃다발이
a certificate, a
수여되겠습니다.
plaque, and a bouquet.
네, 그럼 이제 앞쪽을 보시고
Now
기념
please stand
촬영하겠습니다.
toward the center for the commemorative photo session.
네, 축하드립니다.
Congratulations.
이제 수상자께서는 자리해
And
주시기
recipients,
바랍니다.
you can take your seats.
이어서 스탠다드
We
에너지
now proceed
주식회사입니다.
with the award for the Standard Energy
상장
Innovation Award
혁신창업상 스탠다드 에너지 주식회사
to Standard
기사는
Energy.
과학기술 역량을 활용한
As an outstanding
우수
startup
창업기업으로서
utilizing scientific and
2024년
technological
대한민국
capabilities, your
혁신창업상
company has achieved
공모전에서
remarkable
이와 같이
success
우수한 성적을
in
거두었으므로
the
이
Korea
상장을
Innovation Startup
수여합니다.
Competition. We
2024년
hereby
9월
present
11일
this award.
과학기술정보통신부
September
장관
11th,
유상임.
2024, Minister of Science and ICT,
축하드립니다.
Yoo Sang-im. Congratulations.
마찬가지로 수상자에게는
As
상장과
before,
상패
the awardees
그리고
will receive a
꽃다발이
certificate, a plaque,
전달되겠습니다.
and a
네, 다시
bouquet.
한번 큰 박수 부탁드립니다.
Once again, please give them a big round of applause.
네, 먼저 기념 촬영을
We'll
진행하겠고요.
now have a commemorative photo session.
네, 이제 모두 자리해 주시기 바랍니다.
And you can return to your
수상을
seats.
다시 한번 축하드리며
Congratulations
수상에
once
수고해
again to
주신
the
이창윤
awardees,
차관님께도
and I would like
깊은
to
감사의
thank
말씀
the director Lee
전합니다.
Chang-im for presenting the award.
이어서 서울대학교
We now
총장상
proceed with the Seoul National
시상이
University
있겠습니다.
Presidential
시상에는
Award.
서울대학교 유홍림
The award will be
총장님께서 수고해
presented by
주시겠습니다. 무대
President
위로
Yoo Hong-nim
모시겠습니다.
of
네,
Seoul
박수
National
부탁드립니다.
University. So we'd like to invite him to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please give him a big hand.
이어서 수상자를 호명하겠습니다.
Now I will call the name of the
호명되신 기업은
awardees.
무대로
When your
올라와
names are
주시기
called,
바랍니다.
please come forward and come up to the
페리지
stage.
에어로스페이스 대표 신동윤.
신동윤, CEO of Perigi Aerospace.
네, 축하드립니다. 박수 부탁드립니다.
Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, big applause please.
상장.
Innovation Startup Award
혁신창업상
to
페리지
Perigi Aerospace.
비사는
As an
과기술
outstanding
역량을
startup
활용한
utilizing
우수
scientific and
창업기업으로서
technological capabilities, your
2024년
company has
대한민국
achieved remarkable
혁신창업상
success
공모전에서
in the
위와 같이 우수한
2024
성적을
Korea
거두었으므로
Innovation
이
Startup
상장을
Competition, and we
수여합니다.
hereby present this
2024년 9월
award.
11일
September
서울대학교
11th,
총장 유홍님.
2024, President Yu Hong-nim of Seoul National University.
네, 축하드립니다.
Congratulations.
수상자에게는
The awardees will
상장과
receive a
상패
certificate,
그리고
a plate,
꽃다발이
and a flower bouquet.
수여되겠습니다. 네, 얼마나 기쁜
What a
날입니까?
joyous day this is.
그동안의
As you
노력들과
reflect
피땀,
on all the
눈물이
hard
스쳐
work,
지나갈 수
sweat,
있는
and
그런
tears
순간인데요.
that
이
you have
기쁜 날 다시 한번 큰 박수
had,
부탁드리겠습니다.
I believe this has led to this moment. So please join us in giving them a big applause.
네, 수상을 축하드리며
We'll now
시상에 애써주신
proceed
유홍님
with
총장님께도
the commemorative photo
감사드립니다.
session, and I would like to thank the President Yu Hong-nim
이어서
for your
카이스트
efforts to present the
총장상
award.
시상입니다.
We'd like to
시상에는
proceed
카이스트
the presentation of
총장님께서
the
수고해 주시겠습니다.
KAIST
네,
President
무대 위로 올라와 주시기
Award. The
바랍니다.
President Kwang Hyung Lee will present the
부탁드릴까요?
award. Please welcome.
이어서 수상자를
Let me
호명하겠습니다.
declare
호명되신
the
기업은 무대로
recipients
올라와
of the
주시기
awardee.
바랍니다.
When your name is called, please come up
주식회사
to the
고바이오랩
stage.
대표 고광표.
Go Kwang-pyo, the CEO of Ko Bio
네,
Lab.
축하드립니다.
Congratulations.
상장.
Certificate of
혁신창업상
Award,
주식회사
Innovative Startup
고바이오랩.
Award to
비사는
Go Bio Lab.
과기술
As an
역량을
outstanding
활용한
startup,
우수
leveraging
창업기업으로서
scientific and
2024년
technological
대한민국
capabilities, your company has achieved
혁신창업상
excellent
공모전에서
results in the
위와 같이 우수한 성적을
2024
거두었으므로 이
Korea
상장을
Innovative
수여합니다.
Startup Competition.
2024년 9월 11일
September
카이스트 총장
11th,
이광형.
2024, the president of
네,
KAIST, Kwang Hyung Lee.
축하드립니다.
Congratulations.
수상자에게는
The
상장과
awardee
상패
now
그리고 꽃다발이
will be given the
수여되겠습니다.
presented with the certificate and trophy and a bouquet.
네, 이제는 정면을 향해
Well,
기념
please
촬영을
look at the center so
진행하겠습니다.
that we can take a picture.
네, 수상을 축하드립니다.
Congratulations again,
그리고 이광형 총장님께도 감사
and thank you,
말씀드립니다.
President Kwang Hyung Lee.
다음은
The
중앙홀딩스
next
후장상
would be the presentation of the
시상이
Chungang Holdings
있겠습니다.
Chairman's Award.
시상에는
The Chairman Song
중앙홀딩스
Hyun
수고해
Hong from
주시겠습니다.
the
네, 무대
Chungang
위로 올라와
Holdings
주십시오.
will present the award. Please
네,
come up to
박수
the stage.
부탁드립니다.
Please welcome.
이어서 수상자를
So now we will
호명하겠습니다.
announce the
호명된
awardee.
기업은 무대로
As your
올라와 주시기
company name is
바랍니다.
called, please come up to the
알지노믹스
stage.
주식회사
Algenomics, the
대표 이성욱.
CEO, Sung-wook Lee.
네, 축하드립니다.
Congratulations.
상장
Certificate of Award, Innovative Startup
주식회사.
Award to
비사는
Algenomics. As an
과기술
outstanding
역량을
startup
활용한 우수
leveraging
창업기업으로서
scientific and technological
2024년
capabilities, your
대한민국
company has
혁신창업상
achieved excellent
공모전에서
result in the
위와 같이 우수한
2024
성적을
Korea
거두었으므로
Innovative
이
Startup
상장을 수여합니다.
Competition.
2024년 9월
September
11일
11th, 2024, the chairman of the Chungang Holdings,
네,
Seok Hyun-hong.
축하드립니다.
Congratulations.
수상자에게는
The
상장과 상패
awardee
그리고
will now
꽃다발이
be presented with a
수여되겠습니다.
certificate, a trophy,
이제
and
기념
a
촬영을
bouquet.
진행하도록
We will take a
하겠습니다.
photo.
네, 정면을 향해 주십시오.
Please look at the center.
네, 수상을 축하드립니다.
Congratulations again,
그리고 이광형 총장님께도 감사 말씀
and thank you
전합니다.
again.
모두 자리해 주시기 바랍니다. 이제 마지막 시상 순서입니다.
The last award.
국가과학기술연구회 이사장상 시상이
The Chairman's
있겠는데요.
Award from the
시상에는
National Research Council of Science and Technology will be
국가과학기술연구회
presented.
김복철 이사장님께서 수고해
The
주시겠습니다.
award will be
무대 위로
presented by
올라주세요.
Chairman Kim Bok-chul.
박수 부탁드립니다.
Please welcome.
이제 수상자를
Will
호명하겠습니다.
now announce the
호명되신 기업은
awardee.
무대로
As your
올라와
company
주시기
name is
바랍니다.
called, please come up to the stage.
주식회사 메디인테크 대표 이치원
Chi-won Lee, the CEO of
축하드립니다.
Marine Tech. Congratulations.
상장
Certificate of Award,
혁신창업상
Innovative
주식회사
Startup
메디인테크.
Award to Marine Tech.
비사는
As an
과학기술
outstanding
역량을
startup
활용한
leveraging
우수
scientific and
창업기업으로서
technological capabilities,
2024년
your
대한민국
company has achieved
혁신창업상
excellent
창업상
results in the
공모전에서 위와 같이
2024
우수한 성적을
Korea
거두었으므로
Innovative
이
Startup
상장을
Competition.
수여합니다. 2024년 9월
September
11일
11th, 2024,
이사장
the chairman
김복철.
of the National Research Council of
네,
Science and
축하드립니다.
Technology, Kim Bok-chul.
수상자에게는 상장과
To the
상패 그리고
awardee,
꽃다발이
the certificate and
수여되겠습니다.
trophy and a bouquet will be presented.
네, 이제 정면을 향해
Please look at
기념
the
촬영을
center for the
진행하겠습니다.
photo.
네, 수상을 축하드립니다.
Congratulations again.
그리고 김복철
And thank you
이사장님께도
again,
감사
Chairman Bok-chul
말씀드립니다.
Kim.
네, 모두 자리해 주시기
Please come
바랍니다.
back to your seat.
네, 다음은 2024년
So now we will proceed with the innovative startup declaration ceremony, which will outline the vision of the 2024 Startup Nation Korea Symposium.
잠시 안내 말씀드립니다.
Let me briefly explain the significance of this ceremony. Well, this performance at this declaration ceremony symbolizes our commitment to creating an innovative startup ecosystem that facilitates the R&D activities to produce global impact and encourages talented individuals to start their own businesses. Now I will name the distinguished guests who will come up to the stage for the ceremony.
서울대학교 유홍림 총장님,
형님
가이스트
Yu,
이광용
the president of
총장님,
Seoul National
중앙홀딩스
University,
홍석현
Kwang-hyung
회장님,
Lee, the president of
국가과학
KAIST,
기술연구회
Seok-hyung
김복철
Ho, the
이사장님,
chairman of the Jungwon
대통령
Holdings,
비서실
Bok-chul
박상우
Kim, the chair of the
무대로 올라와
National
주시기
Research
바랍니다.
Council and S&T, Science and Technology, and also Sang-wook Park, the senior secretary for Science and Technology at the
네,
presidential
지금 LED
office.
화면에 터치 엠블럼이
There is an
나타나
emblem,
있습니다.
touch emblem
누르지
on the
말아주시고요.
LED. Please not touch it
모두
at
왼손을
this moment.
LED 화면을 향해
Please
가까이 해주시기
move
바랍니다.
your left hand close to the LED screen.
네, 왼손을 LED 화면에
Left hand
가까이
close
해주시면요.
to the
네, 이제
LED
아직
screen.
누르지 않은 상태에서
And
기념
before
촬영을
we
진행할
pushing
테니까요. 이제 왼손을
the
가까이 해주시기
button
바랍니다. 엠블럼에
close to the
해주시면
emblem.
되고요. 네, 기념 촬영 먼저
We
진행하겠습니다.
will take the photo first.
네, 정면을 바라봐
Please
주시고요.
look at the camera at the center.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you.
그럼 이제 선포식을
So now we'll
이어가겠습니다.
proceed
제가
with the
하나, 둘,
declaration
셋을
ceremony. When I
외치면
say 1, 2, 3,
버튼을 눌러주시면
then just
됩니다.
push the
네,
button.
준비되셨나요?
Touch the button.
네, 그럼 이제 시작하겠습니다. 하나,
1,
둘,
2,
셋.
3.
네, 박수 부탁드립니다.
Round of applause, please.
이어서 시상자와 수상자 모두 기념 촬영을
Now we will
진행하겠습니다.
proceed
네,
with
기념
a
촬영을 위해
commemorative
무대에
photo
계신
session with
내빈분들께서
all the
잠시
award
대기해
presenters and
주시고요. 기념 촬영은
recipients.
세 번에
So we would
나눠서
like to ask
진행이
the
될 텐데요.
discuss
먼저
on
무대에
stage
계신
and
두
kindly
분의
wait for a
기념 촬영을
moment.
하겠습니다.
The photo session will be conducted in 3 rounds. So first, the photo session with the main guest on
네,
stage.
서주시고요.
So
앞에
please
있는 카메라를
stand
바라봐
at the
주시면
center and
감사하겠습니다.
face toward the camera in front of you.
네, 그리고 무대에 계신 분들 잠시 자리에
Now
기다려
we'll-
주시기 바라고요.
Again, I would like
이번에는
to ask you,
수상자분들까지
the
모두
main
무대에
guests, to
올라와
remain
주시면
on the
되겠습니다.
stage.
상장을
And now I
소지하고
will
올라와
invite all
주시기
the award
바랍니다.
recipients to join us on the stage for the next photo session.
네, 상장
And
말고
please bring your
트로피를
trophy
갖고 올라와 주시면
with
되겠고요.
you.
네, 모두 올라오셨으면
So if everybody
촬영
is on the
시작하겠습니다.
stage, we will now take the photo.
네, 감사합니다.
thank you very
수상자분들만
much.
자리에 돌아가 주시기 바랍니다.
Now,
네,
award winners,
주민들께서는
you
마지막
can
촬영
return to your
잠시
seats,
기다려주시면
and
되겠고요.
VIPs,
이어서 다음
please
분들을
continue to remain
호명하겠습니다.
on the
본행사의
stage for the
주최와
final photo
후원
session.
기관, 연사분들,
Next, we would like to
VIP
invite
섭외 계신
the
모든 분들께서는
representative
무대로
from
올라와
the
주시기
event
바랍니다.
host,
먼저
sponsoring
연사분들을 제
organization,
앞줄로
speakers,
모실게요.
and
First, we
everyone
would like to
seated
invite
in
the
the VIP
speakers to the
section.
front row.
So first, we ask the speakers to come forward to the front row.
네, if you would like to come to the stage and stand in the front row. 네, 연사분들은 제 앞줄에
Again,
서주시면
the
되겠고요.
speakers in the
Speakers,
front row,
stand in the
please
front
come
row
up to the
of the
stage.
stage. 인원관계상 세 줄로 서도록 하겠습니다. 본 행사의 주최
We will
그리고
arrange
후원기관
everyone in
관계자분들,
three rows,
연사분들
so we
모두
kindly ask
앞쪽으로
representative from the
올라주시면
host and
감사하겠습니다.
sponsoring
저희 세
organizations,
줄로
as well
서도록
as the speakers,
하겠습니다.
please come to the front.
Speakers on the front row, please. We will stand in 3 lines for the photo op. We'll ask all the speakers to stand in the front row. 네, 박수 부탁드립니다. 감사합니다. 이것으로 기념 촬영을 모두 마치겠습니다. 모두 자리해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 네, 모두 자리해 주시기 바라고요. 다음은 과학기술정보통신부 장관상을 수상한 기업들의 발표가 있겠습니다. 첫 번째 발표는 매티스엑스 주식회사의 김진영 대표님께서 해주시겠습니다. 큰 박수로 무대 위로 모시겠습니다.
안녕하십니까. 매티스엑스 대표를 맡고 있는 김진영입니다. 오늘 이렇게 큰 상을 주셔가지고 너무 기쁩니다. 사실 제가 지난달 딱 이 시점에 미국인 FMS라는 행사에서 Most Innovative Startup 상을
Last year
받았는데
around this time, I received an award from the US, and it's indeed a great honor for me. MetixX, we designed the system semiconductor. We are a fabless systems semiconductor startup based on CXL. So we developed the CXL computational memory solutions for the future of AI data center.
획기적으로 해결해버리자 하는 걸 목표로 회사를 설립했습니다.
So that's our goal and mission.
설립한 지 한 2.5년.
And it has been 2.5 years since we established this company. And this year, we secured the 600 billion won for the Series A funding. So I believe the first chip will be produced next year.
회사를 세우기 전에 저는
Before I started my business, I studied the computer science in Seoul National University, and then I joined Samsung Electronics, and I did the various research for semiconductor. And then I moved to SK Telecom and SK Hynix, and I served as the youngest member of the directors at Hynix. But then right after I became the director, I quit the company and started my business.
저희 회사는 뭘 하는 회사냐?
Now, what kind of businesses are we doing? In the era of AI, data center will have a lot of challenges. There is a joke that right next to all the data center, there must be a nuclear power station because it consumes a lot of power.
극단적으로
And therefore, our goal is to dramatically reduce the TCO for data center
그러면
with our solution.
뭐 임원도 하고 했는데 왜 회사를 나와서
Now you may wonder why I quit the large company and started my business.
저는 시대의 흐름에서 더 큰 게 있을 거.
Because I believe that in today's world, I can actually achieve big.
대가들의 의견을 들어봐.
And I believe that in order to understand what's going on in your era, you have to listen to renowned scholars. And Yoshua Benjo, the renowned scholar, he mentioned that there has been almost no growth in AI engine for about 10 years. So most of the improvement in neural network performance can be attributed to two factors. Number one, larger data set, and second, powerful computer, which is mainly driven by the GPU. And it's all about data, but data resides in memory. So we have to put focus on memory where data is. Now, the right-hand side, you can see the 10 years of Gartner top 10 strategic tech trends. And the yellow, this indicates the things that are related closely with the data. So most of the innovation that we expect to see are heavily reliant on data. But the problem is that all the data, they have to be stored in memory for computers. So with the massive and rapid increase in the amount of data, and also with the emergence of LLM, the model sizes are increasing rapidly. One of the reasons that NVIDIA's GPU chips are sold just like hotcake is because of the data increase and also the model. And model size increase, it actually grows tenfold every year. And this kind of technological advance is unprecedented truly in the history of humanity, because thermally and also physically, we cannot really establish an infrastructure that supports that. And therefore, we have to develop a sophisticated engineering solution to support this growth. As you know, all the memories are in, all the data is in memory. But the memory war is one of the biggest headaches of all data centers. So we try to gracefully solve this issue.
좀 어려운 얘기인데 그건 쉽게 넘어가겠습니다. 저희 회사가
Now it's going to be really complicated, but let me explain you about our technology. So we use the CXL, the next generation interconnection protocol, for the data centers led by the global top tech companies. So you can see that all the global leading companies are in this consortium, and we also join this consortium. It's not just about another interconnection protocol. Rather, it actually provides a very special functions from the memory. Now, what we do is actually Samsung and Hyundai Hynix, they also develop CXL. So what differentiates us? So Samsung and Hynix, they focus on memory expansion through CXL, whereas we focus on the layer on top, which enables the computation. So in the past, the computation was done and the resources were brought from GPU to CPU. But without moving resources, we enable the computation in a very efficient manner. So maybe 10 times more efficient than Intel. So this is to reduce dramatically the TCO for data center. That's our goal. But still, you may have some second thoughts and doubts over our technology. So let's see what renowned scholars in the world talk about. Hennessy and Peterson, they came up with a very famous book in the computer science called Computer Architecture, and they said that the Moore's law is dead, and we need a drastic change in computer architecture from general purpose to domain specific. So in the past, everything was handled and processed by CPU. But then 15 years ago around, the NVIDIA started to have a very strong presence in the GPU sector, and also with the development of the network, the TPU and IPU emerged strongly.
서버를 뜯어보면 이제
Now, if you break down the server, there is one component that has not become intelligent, and that's memory. So we enable the calculation of or computation of the data inside memory, and we believe this will open up a new era for computation, and that's what we do. So with this approach, most of the big data challenges, I believe, can be resolved. So for this, we use CXL, and also inside the chip that we develop, it actually has over 3,000 cores, and the cache and the complicated architecture that have to be there to connect these cores, they're all developed by us. And we basically deploy the vertically optimized scalable memory architecture. So this can be applicable to the biopharma industry, and all the complicated computation can be done inside memory without leaving memory. And software is also very important. As you know, software is very complicated. We are a semiconductor company, but we also have a lot of software developers, as many as chip developers. And especially, we do have the talent for AI-based software development. Just like NVIDIA, which expands their businesses from GPU to various applications, we also try to cover a broader range of industries. For about 10 years, AI has been in the research phase. It wasn't monetized yet. However, with the emergence of ChatGPT, AI has finally entered into the commercial service phase. But what we have focused on so far was to run the model for training. But in order to ensure smooth run of the model, we have to focus on data. And data should be fully processed and cleaned. And also, the data should be processed to make up for the shortcomings of the model. In other words, we have to provide the right data for the AI solution. So the data, we believe, can be processed and cleansed in the memory pipeline. So without going to the Intel CPU or the NVIDIA GPU, based on the memory technology, you can actually do all kinds of data computation within memory close to the end. So that's what the Metis X focuses on for business. So that's about our technology, and we have a lot of patents. So this is the patents that we acquired in 1 year. So we issued 21 patents and filed 1 patent in Korea and 10 patents in the US. And all the patents are about key application areas utilizing CXL. We are a fabless company, so one of the biggest difficulties that we have is that it's capital intensive. So we secured a sufficient amount of the investment this time to continue our business. Now the second challenge is to sell products to consumers or customers. But our important customers are the big techs in the United States, such as the Amazon, Microsoft, Facebook, and so on. And they're the ones who spend the most amount of the money. So in fact, they are the most picky, they are the most demanding customers. So in order to serve these demanding customers, we will have a joint partnership, and also we will do the verification of the softwares. So I believe that by the second quarter of 2027, we'll be able to build concrete revenue streams. And just like a deep tech startup, just like us, I believe team is the key. We have about 2.5 years of history, and we have around 50 engineers. We also have employees from the US as well. And we have CEO, CTO, and CPO. We all used to work in the Hynix before. And also we do have a CTA, the Professor Kim Nam-sung. And most of our engineers, they are from top-notch universities, top semiconductor companies. So we do have a very strong team consisting of the memory solution experts. And with this, we are doubling our efforts to develop technology. This is our timeline. So we established our company in year 2022. That was really a bad time to start the business because that was right after the interest rate increase. But only in 2.5 years' time, we secured quite a big investment, and also maybe around next year, we'll be able to produce the world's first CXL 3.0 computational memory, and then we will create the final product. And I believe this will give us the concrete revenue. So that's our final goal. So our goal is not to create NPU which will directly compete against the GPU. Rather, our NPU, I believe, will be in a symbiotic relationship with NVIDIA's GPU. So rather than competing head-on, we believe that we can actually make up for the challenges that the GPU could have. So just like the NVIDIA taking away the shares of the semiconductor market from Intel and grow their businesses, we actually want to follow that path. And with that, thank you very much.
네, 김진영 대표님 발표
Thank you very
감사드립니다.
much.
다음은 스탠다드 에너지
And next will be
주식회사의
the
김부기
presentation
대표님의
by
발표가
Bugi Kim, the
있겠습니다.
CEO
큰
of
박수
Standard
부탁드립니다.
Energy. Please welcome with big hand.
네, 지금 현재 발표 준비 중에 있으시고요.
So we will soon hear from Mr. Bugi Kim. I am Bugi Kim from Standard Energy. I am very much pleased and honored to stand here. Well, many people ask about the vision of the company. So I say that's straightforward. When we established the company, there was a person in the U.S., Rockefeller, who created Standard, the oil there. But we have been based on the fossil fuel in order to enjoy the convenience so far. However, during the time, we had to suffer from the environmental issues. But now we do have the sustainable resources that we can think about the future. Rockefeller contributed to the development of the human being and the industry, but now we will find the future from the sustainable energy. That's what we are doing. For the first time in the world, we developed the vanadium-ion battery, and we now start to sell it. Many people ask what this technology is about, but I don't want to talk about the technology first. I want to talk about why we created new battery. We believe there are two types of the battery needed for the future and for the world. The battery on your cell phone is for the mobile device. It's for the convenience. However, in the era of electrification, the role of the battery needs to grow, and it should be storing large amount of the energy and then provide a large amount of the power. So these two types of the battery are needed for us. As we know, one of the challenges that we face is energy crisis. Every year, the power need is growing, and the climate change and also AI industry also propel the increase in the demand for power. But we are not able, if we are not able to address it, then the future will be gloomy. We need an answer to this. And another challenge that we have to think about is that within a day, we do have a mismatch of the power consumption and the power supply. This is the energy dynamics. We have the generation and transmission and generation, the distribution and then demand. If you look at each, The stable generation is really important through the, however, the traditional plant cannot do it anymore. And renewable energies are not stable, and the transmission and also the distribution grid are so old now. And AI and the new industries require a lot of power, and therefore there will be a surge in the power demand. So all in all, the energy market see the generation to be unstable and the transmission distribution grid old, and the demand is growing. So it's so bad. And of course, then we need to build more power plants. However, that's not the end of the story. We need to have a certain system like a energy storage so that we can efficiently utilize the energy generated. We call it as an ESS, or the energy storage system. For ESS, it's like a large-scale battery system, the battery that we know, and the BMS that manage the battery, and then the PCS, and also the PMS, which provides the overall control. ESS has all these different things behind it so that it can provide a large capacity of the power. For ESS, here, for each unit in the energy dynamics, the ESS can play a role. For the generation, it can increase the power generation efficiency and make it more stable. For the transmission, it can reduce the loss, and for the demand, it can reduce the power bill or make it more profitable. So it can be used everywhere where the power is. And therefore, many reports already predict the ESS market to grow very fast. Up to now, when we think about like the storage and sending out the energy, well, it's not all about the future ESS. It's all about the intelligent ESS. So in cities and in remote areas, the distributed type of the ESS can be utilized. So for this market, there's so many companies are thinking about this market. For the ESS market, that should be very safe, absolute safe. You can think of the lithium-ion fire incidents. Many people are concerned about it. So even in this building where we are, actually we have to use the battery, and that should be safe. That's for sure. And in whatever the situation is, the battery should be safe. And second time, it should store a lot of power and also serve as kind of a transaction platform too. And therefore, it provides the high performance and also a long life. So that requires more specification, higher specification and capability than we have at now. And also, every year we see new technologies. But of those new technologies, actually, not many of them become mature technology. So we need to have a technology that is mature enough to be used and sold in the market. So when we open up the business, we thought that this kind of the battery would be somewhere out there. However, with the technology that we know now, we just cannot deliver what we need. So we decided to develop new type of a battery, something that we do not find from the literatures or from the textbook. We did it because the market requires it. So me and my team worked really hard, and we were successfully developing the vanadium-ion battery. This is world first vanadium-ion battery. This is produced and certified at the factory of the company. We're now offering this battery to the market. So vanadium-ion battery, well, we analyzed the market and we understood and predict what the market needs and market will need. So it's a market to technology. For the vanadium-ion battery, we have a new separator and also new control technology, and they're all combined into one. And the core technology for this battery, we now obtain 226 patents and also trademarks for the transaction or the sales. For the ESS market, there are basically three technologies that we can see. One is vanadium, and second, lithium-ion battery, and third, vanadium decurrent battery. Actually, we started with that in the beginning, vanadium flow battery that was used before, but we realized that that was not meeting our expectation. So it was not an easy decision to drop the vanadium flow battery, but we decided to develop the vanadium-ion battery.
제가 재밌는 걸 하나 준비했습니다. 밑에 부제를 꼭 기억해
See,
주시기 바랍니다.
look at this slide.
이 영상은 저희 바나디움
If you look at the
배터리를
video,
이 시연 장치에
you will
연결했을 때
see the simulation of the vanadium-ion battery. You will see the power is provided.
이렇게 드릴로 관통되며
It can be penetrated with the drill, and there will be a short between cathode and anode, but still there is no ignition, no fire. There is no leakage of the chemicals, but still the battery can provide power. This much of reliability, this much of the safety are required for the ESS. Power shouldn't fail. Power is like air. It should be always and consistently provided. So robustness and the safety that you can see from this battery is something that we wanted to achieve. And ultimate safety. People are concerned about the safety of the battery, and as you suggest, even the physical harm or the physical shock on the battery was done, but you can see this video too. The vanadium-ion battery was appearing in the video clip of the TV program, but you can actually find it from the YouTube. As you can see, this is vanadium-ion battery. It's connected, and as you see, we will have a very extreme testing. You're not going to talk about, and you're not going to be worried about the safety of the battery. It's so intuitive testing. About 900 Celsius degree flame is directly firing. See, still the power is being sent out. So that's what we wanted to create. As I said, in the era of the electrification, we need to have two types of the battery. One is for the large capacity electricity or the energy storage. That's what the vanadium-ion battery is striving to achieve. So with our system and factory, we are manufacturing cell and system, also material for this battery. And on YouTube, you can actually see this video clip. And this is the ESS system utilizing our battery. Last year, with the support of the government and the association, we were able to get the product certification. So there was an audit and an inspection by the expert to our site. So for the first time in the world and for the first time in the history of the battery, we were able to obtain the certification for the vanadium-ion battery. And next month, in the following month, we started to ship out our product to the customers. So I'm not saying the potential of the battery. It's already in the market. This year and next year, we will focus on the domestic ESS market. And early next year, this vanadium-ion battery will go to Japan and be installed there. So vanadium-ion battery is coming from the insight to the market. So for the battery market and the energy market, we will be like lithium-ion battery and vanadium-ion battery. These two types of the batteries will lead the future. I'm not competing over lithium-ion battery. Our dream is bigger than that. These two batteries will their own place in the market.
제 속마음입니다.
This is what I
저희 두 개의
believe.
기술이 우리의 미래를
These
이끌어갈
two
거라고
different technologies will lead the market.
저희가 이 계획을 위해서
In order
이러한
to achieve that
계획을 위해서 저희
vision
혼자만
and
힘으로
dream,
안 되기 때문에
I alone cannot
이미
do
이 산업군에 있는 많은
everything.
회사들과 파트너십,
There are many
고객사들과
companies in
함께
different
미국을
areas
하나씩
and our
진출을
partners in
만들어가고
these areas. We're working together already.
제가 오늘 여기 오기 전에 그두
Before I come to here, I thought about two
최근에 저희
things.
회사에 투자했던
One is
투자자에게 들은 말인데요.
I heard something from the investing company, investor company. The reason that we invest into the Standard Energy is because it's not because the Standard Energy is perfect. There are areas for improvement, but these are the areas we can support. And we believe that the Standard Energy is something that should be in the market. So I asked why. Then the investor said that what you do and the technology that you create is something that the world actually needs. That's why we decided to invest into the Standard Energy. I take that comment very seriously into my mind. And as I speak here, I have my team members at the company. They are working so hard as I speak. Thanks to them, I have been able to continue till this now, and I will continue with them together. Taking this opportunity, I really appreciate my team members and also this technology developed by the Standard Energy. Although it was grown and developed in Korea, it will be used and enjoyed by the people around the world. Representing all the members of the Standard Energy, I really appreciate all of you. Thank you.
네, 김부기 대표님 발표 잘 들었습니다.
Thank you very much.
역시
So that
전기차를
was
소유하고
the
있는 입장에서
presentation
굉장히
by
흥미롭게,
Kim Bugui,
실험
and it was
결과를
very
지켜봤는데요.
interesting to me
감사합니다.
as
네,
I
다음은
also owned
중앙일보
and drive
최준호
the
논설위원님의
EV.
창업
Now
생태계 리포트
we would
발표가
like to
있겠습니다.
have
큰
a
박수로 환영해 주시기 바랍니다.
ecosystem report by the editor-in-chief of the Chungang Daily, Mr. Choi Jun-ho.
안녕하십니까.
Good afternoon. My name is Choi Jun-ho. I am a science journalist as well as editor-in-chief at Chungang Daily. So from 2021, I've been involved in this Startup Nation Korea event, and thanks to support from the Ministry of Science and ICT and KAIST, and I have been involved in this campaign for the Startup Nation for about 4 years. Now, let me present you on the Korea Innovation Startup Ecosystem Report. So Chungang Daily has featured the bi-weekly report on innovation startup ecosystem in Korea. So we cover 53 startup companies in Korea and recently conducted a survey on these 53 deep tech startups. And we asked them 21 different kinds of questions in order to understand where they are and where they want to go. As mentioned by the Kim Bugui, he actually participated in our survey. So after his doctor's course, so some professors want their students to become professors, but his professor recommended him to start the business, and that's why Mr. Kim Bugui started his own business with the proposal and recommendation from his own professor. So as I said, we conducted the survey on 53 CEOs of deep tech startups. And the overall impression is that we now have so many innovative startups in Korea. I've been working as a journalist for about 35 years. And when I was a junior journalist, I was in charge of covering SMEs. And at the time, the SMEs were just like a first-tier, second-tier, third-tier suppliers of the large companies. But today, things are very different, that the small startups are now serving as the global leading solution providers. So among the 53 respondents, 25 were professor-led startups, 9 research-led startups, 5 undergrad student startups, and 6 government-funded research institute startups, and 4 technology transfers from government-funded research institute, and 3 physician-led startups, and 1 private research institute startup. So let's take a look at the 2 companies' case from Seoul National University. So Professor Kim Jang-woo of Electrical and Computer Engineering studied his own business for system semiconductor design. So this company aims to solve high-cost issues and excessive power consumption in data centers through a server-optimized semiconductor called DPU. And in fact, Jensen Huang, CEO of NVIDIA, mentioned that the DPU will become another key pillar for the accelerated computing alongside the CPU and GPU. And its accumulated investment is about 88 billion, and Series A investment was just finished. And this is from the Seoul National University undergraduate student. But I think he somehow failed to graduate. So it has been already 10 years since he was admitted to the Seoul National University, but he couldn't really graduate. Anyway, so the CEO was the Yang Seung-chan, and he created the world's first eco-friendly de-icing or thawing agent made from starfish extract. And it's just right before the IPO, and he already secured the 24.5 billion Korean won for funding pre-IPO, and the annual revenue amounts to 28 billion won. Now let's go to KAIST. Professor Park Yong-gun of the Department of Physics studied his business for the 3D holographic microscopy, and the investment raised amounted to 41.4 billion won. So basically, the microscopy technology for observing live cell. Using light without complex processing, this technology allows the observation of the cell membranes, nuclei, chromosomes, and even the endoplasmic reticulum. Last year, its revenue distribution was 30% domestic and 70% international. And South Korea accounts for only 3 to 5% of the global share, and with the US and China having a significant share. And it also expects that the international share will only grow further this year. So this unprecedented microscope, it's now used by MIT and many leading universities in the US. Next is the Perigi Aerospace case. So the undergrad student Shin Dong-yoon of the KAIST started his business. And right now, today, he's actually doing an explosion test for this small satellite launch vehicle. So the CEO couldn't join this event because of this experiment. And I was just surprised by what these students are doing. As you know, the US movie called The October Sky, a young man from a mining village who became the entrepreneur for the aerospace industry. I believe that the Mr. Shin could be the Korean version for that movie. So again, the company is right before IPO, and he secured the 71 billion won of investment. And together with the Kai and Rotam, it also plans to develop reusable launch vehicles that are not existing in Korea. Next case is the Mr. Kim Boo-gi from Standard Energy. So with the vanadium battery that does not cause any fire, he is dreaming to dominate the ESS market in the world. And next is the case from KIST. So the doctor in KIST. And so, as you know, the air conditioner, it controls both the humidity and also the temperature. And for Korea's climate, he believes that only with the humidity control we can effectively cool down the atmosphere. That's why he developed this technology. And also this case is the story of the 3 medical doctors who graduated from the Korea University and studied their business. So they're all handsome, they're doctors. So I asked them why they started their business. Why do they take risk? And their answer is that they want to do the business that they are passionate about. So I was very impressed of what they said. Yes, so these are the cases that I would like to point out. Now, 48.1% of the startups in Korea are led by professors, followed by the doctors and masters and undergrad students and so on. And 28.8% of these startups are in Series B phase, followed by Series C and Series D. Some are in Series D. Some are in pre-IPO, some already took public in Kosdaq market, which represents about 17.3%. So here you can see that significant progress have been made even after the start of the business. So we asked them about the company management and what's the current situation compared to the initial years of their business. And many of them, in fact, 88.5% said that they are enjoying good business. And also regarding the question that whether they make progress as scheduled, and most of the respondents said that they are enjoying good progress. And we also asked them whether they have ever been disappointed or regret about starting their business, and 78.8% said no. And also more than 65.4% of the respondents said that they do have the positive view regarding the ecosystem when they just started the business. But today, many of them do have the negative perceptions about the ecosystem. But as for the future for the ecosystem, 63% of the respondents expressed the positive views. So we asked them why, and they said that contrary to the government's efforts to invest in startups, the lack of evaluation systems among VCs managing venture capital, such as a seed fund, and the presence of underqualified VCs and specialized investment firms, although many of you may not agree, anyway, that have led to these venture capitals failing to fulfill their roles. There is a lack of interest in deep tech with investment concentrated in items that can generate high returns in a short period, which is counterproductive to forming an innovative startup ecosystem. Another person said that although we received a substantial support funds at early phases, which are very useful, but then it becomes difficult to receive the government fund after a certain period. Another said, while the Ministry of Science and ICT is working very hard, South Korea faces fundamental problems in deep tech due to issues with the distribution. In countries like the US and Europe, there is a national-led support for promising companies, but in Korea, it becomes increasingly difficult to receive government support as time goes on. Therefore, progress beyond the early or mid phase is very, very challenging. That's what they said. And we also asked them about the so-called Korea R&D paradox. And the answer is that there is a neglect of the difference between research and development success and commercialization. With the introduction of the PBS system, researchers are becoming more sensitive to personnel cost rather than the research topic cost. Challenges of completely challenging research without preceding studies. So in the framework of the government project, there are sections where domestic and international status must be included. Without this, it's difficult to pass the evaluation. There is a discrepancy between R&D and commercialization. So in other words, research is just for the sake of research. So that's what they pointed out as issues. Now, we asked them about the role of large companies and what kind of roles they expect from large companies. And 42.3% said that the large company's role is neither positive nor negative, whereas the 32% says positive. And compared to the past, 48% 0.1% of the respondents said that the large companies now play a bigger role in promoting the startups. So this indicates that the growth of the roles played by large companies. And what they say is that using the capital infrastructure of large corporations to commercialize startup technologies all allows startups to grow through the market access provided by the large corporations, creating a mutually complementary relationship. Large corporations in South Korea lack a strategic approach to build long-term and productive partnership with venture companies with excellent technologies and to develop new business areas based on this partnership. In contrast, multinational pharmaceutical companies leading the global industry actively utilize ecosystem of coexistence with venture startups with strong technologies and use them as a fundamental paradigm to expand into new business areas. So these are sort of the complaints. So there is a mix of the positive and negative stories regarding the roles of large corporations. But still, I think a lot of respondents said that it's much better than the past. So various programs, including open innovation, incubation, and acceleration, have increased, and there is also a noticeable trend in M&A activities toward promising companies. There are more support and program opportunities available for collaboration with large collaborations, allowing for extensive mutual complementary relationships through the use of their infrastructure and resources. So eventually what they want is a win-win partnership. Most of the large companies in Korea have experienced the limitation of their growth, and they now pursue open innovation to secure a new engine of growth. And coincidentally, many Korean startups, they are just in early phases, right before taking a leap. So I believe that there is a lot of room for synergistic relationship between large corporations and small startups, as mentioned by the Oh Jun-ho professor from the Rainbow Robotics. I believe this really represents a symbiotic relationship between large companies and small startups, that his company was acquired by Samsung and is actually in the process of acquisition. And Rainbow Robotics, if Samsung acquires that as planned, then he will achieve over 1 trillion won for exit value. So I believe that it really sets a model for entrepreneurs and startups in Korea. Next is about government support. So we asked them to evaluate on the government's role, and 46.2% said neither positive nor negative, but 38% said positive. And also 51.9% of the respondents said that the government is now playing a bigger role than before. So it actually indicates the progress, the improvement. But still there are mixed emotions and mixed responses, especially the reducing the TIPS budget due to the recent R&D budget cut. It was a significant mistake, many said. And also, in addition to financial support such as public funds and tax benefit, policy support movements, intellectual property protection have increased compared to the past, and support for market linkage and global network building remains relatively lacking. So this is what the respondents commented. So it's a mix of the positive and negative remarks. Now we asked them about the government-sponsored research institutions and the role of universities, and 53% perceived that as positive. Now we asked them to compare it to the past, and 50% said that now they play a bigger role than before, and 7.7% said that their roles are actually decreasing. But anyway, so here you can see that the deep tech startups, they basically have positive views regarding the support from universities and research institutes. And here you can see some examples of their comments. And because of time constraint, I will skip that. So this is what we need. What they say is the government-led fund of funds should play a different role compared to general LPs. There is a need to extend the fund recovery period for deep tech companies, and so we have to have a deep tech exclusive fund. So this is a suggestion that the respondents have made. Now, let's take a look at the plan set by the Ministry of Science and ICT. So they now have the technology transfer and commercialization project.
앞서 말씀을 해 주셨고요. 이 질적 고도화가 필요한 부분이고.
So we have to improve the quality, and for this, the TLO
확대 등을 위해서
and is now pursued to be expanded.
딥 사이언스 맞춤 신창업 모델 지원.
In particular, we have to provide a customized model for the deep science tech support. And we also have to increase the seed investment for the early phases of the startups.
말씀을 많이 드릴 것은 있습니다.
And the government has also come up with several other support plans. So later, I will come back to you with some more detailed reports. And with that, thank you very much.
네, 최준호 의원님
Thank you very
발표
much.
감사드립니다.
Thank you for the presentation.
이제 잠시 10분간
We'd like to
시간을
have a
갖도록 하겠습니다.
10-minute
로비에는
break.
커피와
You can
다과가
enjoy
준비되어
coffee
있으니
and
이용해 주시고
snacks on the
행사장
lobby.
내부에서는 취식이
And you
불가능한 점
cannot
양해
drink or
부탁드립니다.
eat
그럼 10분
something
뒤 다시
inside
뵙도록
the
하겠습니다.
room. So I
감사합니다.
kindly ask your
We will now take a
understanding.
10-minute break. Coffee and refreshments are available in the lobby. Please note that food and drinks are not allowed inside the auditorium. We'll see you back again here in 10 minutes. Thank you.
First of all, we would like to invite Mr. Ohan Iyer, the general partner of SOSV. He will be talking about how CVs can catalyze VC-funded deep tech startups. Please welcome with a big round of applause.
올라와주시죠. Can you please step up to the stage? Thank you.
Can everybody hear me okay? Great. Amazing to be here and understand for my first time in Korea how the ecosystem and the startup entrepreneurship works. Before we go, I see a lot of students, but I'd love to have somebody raise their hand if you're actually a startup founder or desire to be a startup founder. I just wanted to see a raise of hands. Anybody who's a co-founder? Okay, there you go. Just getting a sense of the room. Raise it higher. I can't see. Okay, great. Well, a lot of what I'm about to say is really aimed at you, although there's a lot of other people in the room here. So I'm hoping that we can have a conversation together. When I was graduating with a chemical engineering degree, I was something like many of you here, and I was very fortunate to be in, I think Jeff was talking about Palo Alto, California, and Sand Hill Road. I just happened to have my first job at the very first biotech company, Genentech, in the mid-'80s. So as a chemical engineer, I scaled the very first products out of biotechnology. Very fortunate to be at a startup company. I was probably, I don't know, number 200, 300, and by the time I left, it was like 3,000, the first large biotech company in the world. It was an amazing experience. And from there on out, I basically did life science startups. 6 startups later, I find myself now a general partner at SOSV. SOSV is, for those of you who don't know, a global fund, multi-stage fund. We have about 1.5 billion in management. Our recent fund is about 300 million. We're really well known for pre-seed startup programs. Our last speaker talked about the need for pre-seed risk capital, before the proof of concept. That is very much what we do globally, and we want to do a lot more in Korea. We have one Korean founder I know from our portfolio companies here, but we hope to have a lot more by next year. Another interesting thing about us is about 20% of our LPs are corporates or CVCs, and some of them are, of course, amazing and Korean companies. Some of them are represented here as well. And those are important to us because we learn from them. And part of what this talk is about is processing some of the learnings as we're going through it. We invest in 2 verticals, human health and planetary health. So basically, biotech, health tech in many ways, diagnostics, medical devices, and also climate and climate solutions. So we don't do tech by per se or software type startups, but we do other types of things in this area. What we're really trying to do, though, is reimagine human health and planetary health in a new way. What we really want to do is fuel the investment, fuel the entrepreneurship in the world to a sustainable, rich future for ourselves and the next generation. We're talking about food, nurture, shelter, energy, and the like, and that's the kind of thing that we're passionate about funding. We do a lot of it in the pre-seed stage. We do some in seed and Series A. We are the most active early stage VC in the world by PitchBook and other metrics, because we do about 65 plus investments a year. That's a lot for VC. So in some ways, we're also trying to attempt to scale up the VC industry, the pre-seed VC industry. Most of my friends in Sand Hill Road, again, Jeff talked about that big road with a lot of VCs in California. Most of them with billion-dollar funds might do 3, 4, 5 investments a year. Each of them may be very big investments, but they would only do a few. We would do a lot more at a smaller. We invest globally. Each little dot's hard to see. We have companies pretty much everywhere. Not quite yet in Korea, although we have Korean founders who are in the United States, and we've funded them. We don't have a Korean company yet, but we hope to, again, cure that problem with your help tomorrow. We have a track record of first-of-kind companies. This is very important to us. First cell-based meat company, Upside Foods. First AI food formulation engine, Notco. First AI-run aquaculture that's totally integrated, Vertical Oceans. Molecular Foods, Voyage Foods, we'll talk about that a little bit more. And so on. So emissions-free, molecular spirits, etc. We'll talk more about these companies. This is part of what we want to do. Actually, our first electrolyzer company is Ceres Waves, which is a Korean company. And so we're very happy to have that. We'll talk more about that when we get there. One of the things that, by coming in early, we are, in a way, the supply chain for the rest of our friends in venture capital. All of these amazing funds follow on with us, and we have an active portfolio of 2,500 co-investors with all these names that you see here, and many of them are also on Sand Road. Let me switch gears to say, it is a tough time for the venture capital industry, certainly in the United States, also here. Definitely down rounds are growing and so forth. I don't need to bore you with that. But the good companies are getting funded. This is a bunch of our companies. Allozymes, Prolific Machines raised $55 million Series B recently. They use light or optogenetics for growing plant proteins for food and medicine, and so on. Lindgrove with a $10 million round, they make alternative wood. And corporate investing in startups, which is the theme today, has also picked up. There's definitely several deals in 2024 that a lot of you are aware of. And there are more CVCs now than there were several 10 years ago. That's part of the idea. And they're very constant in, they're becoming a constant player in most of our, in global VC deals. They have slowed. They picked up a little bit when the VCs like us slowed down, but I think they've also slowed in the last 12 months or so. But we feel like there's an uptick in the last quarter. And they have a 23% or 20% share of the global VC count pretty reliably these days. And they're also getting reasonably successful exits from CVC-based backed startups as well. So they're important to the startup success. I want to go through a couple of examples so that this becomes real to you. New culture, they make casein. Casein is a very important piece of what makes sort of cheese feel like cheese, the stretchability, the mouthfeel, and all those, that's important. And they have partnered with CJ. CJ's bioprocessing capabilities are brought to bear here. There are two technical startup founders who really need that bioprocessing scale-up that CJ is offering, and ADM is the distribution around. As you might know, CJ also has a pretty big share of the frozen pizza market, not only here but abroad. So that's an interesting example of one of our companies with two corporate partners leveraging the corporate partners' abilities for scale-up and for global distribution. Zymochem, they make the world's first scalable, emissions-free, super absorbent polymer used in diapers and so forth. They have several corporates as well that are important to them. Their GS, Lululemon, and Toyota are involved in the company in very different ways, offering very important capabilities to these young founders to scale. So I just picked these two because both of them involve Korean corporates as well as global corporates in the same company. I want to talk a little bit about, especially the founders out there, to distinguish the world of CVCs so you can kind of get a sense of it. Not all CVCs are the same. We want to think about what is the real purpose of a CVC. There are pure strategics, so they might be really thinking about the parent and the parent companies. There are pure financials, although they were formed from a corporate, they really are there for a financial return, just like our firm is. And then there are hybrids. So let me ask, actually, those of you here, what do you think some of the key things are? And I've written down a couple here. You can drive revenue for a parent company. You can protect your existing revenue if you're a corporate VC. Financial return. Anybody have a clue which one is the highest, biggest reason for first, second, third, fourth, or fifth? The biggest reason that CVCs exist. Anybody out there? You can say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the bullet points. Is it to drive revenue for the parent? You would think so. That might work for the real strategics, if you will, and that is true. You can drive revenue for the parent, like if you're strategic and hybrid. But you can see that it's different, breaks down differently between financials and strategic and hybrids. And we thought fear of missing out, because all these other financial VCs like us are getting into the action, is not really a big factor in CVCs. CVCs are much more patient, wait out, and so forth. But the sensor function is by and large the biggest reason people do it. And I think some of the other speakers this morning have also mentioned that. It's a very important piece of how you should think about if you're allowing a CVC into your company, if you're an entrepreneur, what they're really after is a sort of sensor for what is the latest, greatest in what we heard today, batteries or diagnostic technologies or whatever. They really want to get a sense of what is the future, and this is the way in which they're tapping into the future, and most of the reason for being, whether or not they're strategic or financial. There are definitely some challenges to working with CVCs, and I'll go through these quickly and we'll expand them in the panel here. I call CVCs 40-40 decision makers. What I mean by that is the data is here. You can look at it at your leisure. But about 40% of CVC funds spend about 40% of their time managing their corporate parents. And this is just a fact. This is just a fact of dealing with CVCs. Things take time. They think in a different time scale. They have different stakeholders that they've got to think about. They've got to check with the HQ, the business units, align people together when they do things. And that is part of what a young entrepreneur, fast startup has to think about as they deal with the CVCs of the world. There may be unbalanced management interests. Business unit may be too early for a business unit to get into something because you don't have the proof of concept or the scale up ready. They're looking for very specific information, and you don't have it. So these are all interesting challenges that we've seen face. Then very importantly, there's differences in culture. We'll talk about that also as we with the other speakers in the panel, and we'll expand this to you. Obviously, the startups are building the plane as they're flying it. That's exactly what the definition of a startup is. But you can see that the corporate is very different in the way they approach it. Very casual culture, very formal cultures. These are all things that are easy to talk about, very, very important to deal with as you think about CVCs and corporates in your company. So what I want to leave you with some thoughts about what is this future of the global ecosystem that works for both the companies, which is the thing we really want to think about, financials and corporate VCs. How do you get a triple win, if you will, in the world of in this era in the ecosystem? One book that affected me a lot when I was reading it is an old book from Daniel Kahneman called Thinking Fast and Think Slow. This is really about cognition. A lot of you probably have read it. It's really about different parts of the human brain and how we process things and how we make decisions. So for example, if I showed you this picture, immediately you know this is somebody who's angry. You don't need to think about it. But if I asked you to do this math, it takes a little time to think through what is the solution to this mathematical problem. So there are two types of sort of thinking that Daniel talks about, system 1 and system 2 thinking. And one metaphor, it's just a metaphor, it breaks down for sure, and it's not always true, is to think about the system 1 that's fast, subconscious, it's almost automatic, fast, but it's error-prone decisions. And system 2 is slower, it's conscious, it's very complicated, but it's very reliable. So one thought I had to just kind of think through with you all further in the panels is whether the ecosystem that consists of the corporate, the CVCs, and the startup could be this mixture, just like in our human brains, of both fast and slow thinking that would actually synergize for the benefit of the whole ecosystem. And I want to bring up a couple more examples. Voyage Foods is an example of a company that's molecularizing taste. And the way they do that, they take any waste product. For example, this particular company takes olive oil or other seed waste, and they can make chocolate tasting things. It's not actually chocolate at all. It's a wine industry or olive oil waste, but it tastes like chocolate because they figured out the way that we as human beings process chemistry and olfactory senses, how we think about chocolate. So they get the same sense of eating as a chocolate without having chocolate. So you can make it at a very cheap chocolate substitutes. They're obviously non-allergenic, and they've teamed up with Cargill to really think about how to scale. And Cargill is giving them amazing corporate synergies, like their distribution rates for Cargill. Cargill is a big player in chocolate, big player in baked goods and so forth. This is where this could be used. Sticking with the chocolate theme, we have another company, California Cultured, which is in Davis, California. This is definitely a biotech company. They've taken the stem cell of chocolate. This is truly chocolate, but they're growing the chocolate in the lab without all of the labor issues that comes with chocolate or all the shortage of cacao beans that you hear about. So they're actually making chocolate in the lab, and Meiji in Japan is partnering with them to take them out. So take them out to distribution chains in a very high-end confectionery way. So here are two different companies working through two different corporate players to really change the game for themselves. And part of what both of these companies had to learn is how to do this triple win, that you have to think about allying at the right time, working through with the corporates, and thinking through it. On the drug side or the biotech side, we have Synthex that partnered with BMS in a $550 million deal. Synthex is in the protein glues area, molecular degraders, and you can read about the deal. But BMS loves working with them. They're really thinking, they've given a library to Synthex, and Synthex is thinking about making new molecules for them that have never been seen before. So that's kind of what I want to end with. This sort of, there is a model that we rarely see. We see it in a couple, and I want to show that it's real in a couple of our companies, where we as financial VCs can coach our companies on how to work with corporates, and CVCs can share insights and unique industry pain points that the startup is trying to solve, and together with the startup, try to find a way to have a win-win here. So I'll leave you with that basic thought as we head into the other speakers and into the panel discussions where we can expand more. But I think it's only my second day in Korea, but as I think about the comments made, as I think about where Korea is as an economy, about the prominence of corporates and CVCs in the Korean economy, and of course worldwide, and how financial VCs, startups, and corporates can work in a win-win, I actually am starting to think that this is what it takes to solve the huge problems of the world. We have such big problems we need to solve in both human health and planetary health. Huge, huge problems. And we need the innovation and the fast thinking from all of you guys, but also the reliable, complex, important scale-up thinking and the ability to take this out that the corporates have. So we have to find a way to do this together. So I'll leave you with that. Thank you.
네, 발표 감사드립니다. Thank you, Mr. Iyer. We appreciate your insightful presentation. 다음은 일본 테크 기업
Next,
디지털 게러지의 주니치
we would like
나카지마
to
디렉터님께
invite the Junichiro Nakaji from Digital Garage from Japan. He'll be talking about CVC VC ecosystem in Japan. Please welcome him with a big hand.
네, 디렉터님께서 준비하시는 동안 잠시만 기다려 주시기
While the
바랍니다.
director is preparing for the presentation, please bear with us for a few seconds.
처음 뵙겠습니다.
저는
So it's first time to see you.
준이입니다.
My name is
준이치 나카지마입니다.
Junichiro Nakaji.
도쿄에서
I'm from
왔습니다.
Tokyo.
Actually, I cannot speak Korean well, so sorry about that. Today, thank you for the invitation to the great opportunity. Because later I will speak about just a little, but I know how smart Seoul National University students and or of course KAIST students, and also I'm from Keio University, so I'd like to mention about Yonsei and also Koryo. So Sky people, KAIST people, I was surrounded by these people in the United States when I worked in the US company and also in the business school. So I'm just a little nervous, but I'm trying my best. So let me introduce myself. My name is again Jun Nakajima, and I started my career as Sumitomo Mitsui Banking Corporation, and to the consulting firm, trading firm, the government fund, and the digital garage. And now I'm a corporate officer in charge of the investment segment of digital garage. And also I'm doing the representative director of DG Daiwa Ventures, which is a strong relationship with Korea. So today I'd like to explain three things. The number one is about the digital garage, because digital garage is doing running CVC and also venture capital, which is raising the fund from the outside. So that could be the good example of this today. And also the government thing. So I'd like to explain the relationship with the government, because I worked for the government. And also the relationship between Korea and Japan later. But before that, I'd like to explain what we do in the global market. So a lot of venture capitals has a lot of different strategy. Oh, by the way, somebody working for venture capital CVC or venture, no? Nobody there? Most students or startup maybe? So many venture capitals, many CVC are focused on the one specific area geographically, normally. So this is the normal, and this is a good strategy, of course. However, we are very different approach. Our portfolio, half of the portfolio is in the United States. Then Japan is only 20%. Then other Asia area is 20% as well. Then, of course, you know, our track record is pretty good, not bad. This is Twitter, LinkedIn, on Facebook. We are the early investor of these companies, these great companies. In Japan, of course, we have a lot of track records. However, when I was required to explain about the CVC, I again reviewed our track record and thought about, wait a minute, why we invested in the company? Because our main business, digital garage business, is a payment platform. Have you ever heard about Stripe? Maybe please imagine we are close to the Stripe company. So why Twitter? Why LinkedIn? Why Facebook? Then our approach to the CVC is a pure return. Like Mohan-san explained, some venture capitals are pure investment, some venture capitals are strategic, 40% strategic. Then hybrid. So we are, I think it's too extremely, we are a pure investment firm. So we have a lot of, later we'd like to discuss that issues with other people, but internally, really, yes, it could be very difficult question. So
Now we are changing from CVC, this one, to the more strategic one. So instead of that, we started to run the venture capital from 2016 together with Daiwa Securities, which is one of the biggest securities company. So DG Daiwa Ventures is GP is 50-50, and we have a lot of the LP investors from outside. Please see this one. This is a Hanwha. This is a Korean LP investors. And also, luckily, KVIC decided to invest in our Fund 3. And also, to leverage these things, we hired one Korean capitalist. So the reason why I want to expand the network in Korea. Oh, by the way, we already have Korean portfolio like a Branzing or Rebellions. Rebellions, I heard that today we saw that in the presentation, but Rebellions is a great company. So the reason why we want to expand our network in this area is, well, we think that the Korean economy, Korean venture economy as Sonbae. Because before that, I'd like to explain what's going on in the US life. I was born in the Japan small town, then grew up in Japan small town. Then I moved to the United States when I was 32 years old. Then, of course, you know, I was not able to understand almost 0% about the class. So what I did was, hey, Sean, can you go to the Korean barbecue together? I pay. Then these guys actually talk a lot of things to me. So for me, Korean friends are like Sonbae, automatically. A lot of Korean friends, probably one of the famous one is Charlie Chumbo Shin. He's a Gameville, one of the Gameville founder, or some other thing, a lot of people. So for me, the Korean people are Sonbae. So when I came back to Japan, I will explain later, but I read the articles of a lot of Korean and Japan venture ecosystem. Oh my God, Korea is going ahead. So I realized that. That's why I'd like to learn a lot of things from the Korean venture industry, particularly the government, and also, of course, you know, a lot of great startups. Anyway. So I started my career from 2000. Then I started to stay in the United States from 2010. Then at that time, many of my friends, oh, by the way, I went to the Wharton Business School, University of Pennsylvania. So my MBA is a finance school. So I was surrounded by the finance people, like Samsung Ventures or a lot of people. Then many people are, after graduation from the business school, many people automatically went to the Goldman Sachs, Merrill Lynch, or some other, Lehman Brothers, of course. This is 2013. This is Japan. The number of company funded is only 1.1394. So see, from 90, gradually getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Yes, trying to catch up with the Korean venture economy. So finally, 2022, that is on about 1 trillion. By the way, 1 trillion is $7 billion US dollars, calculating with the current ratio. So it's getting, anyway, it's getting bigger and bigger. Then this timing, I went to the business school gathering 3 weeks ago. They came, 100 people came, 90 people of the business school alumni are in the venture venture capital or executives of the venture corporation. So the main economy, clearly main economy is coming from the old style economy to the new venture style. We have the Goji-san. He's a Japanese venture capital ecosystem. He's in the core, in the middle of that, because of a lot of super smart talents in Japan. We are catching up with the Korean situation. Then please see, this is the increase was a lot of different types of venture capitals. This is the VC. This blue one is VC. Then this one is a corporation. This is the CVC. Then this year was special because the Payday, the company, fintech company called Payday, is acquired. So this includes. So forget about this one. So it's getting bigger and bigger and bigger. This is the Japanese situation. Then this is the second issue. Wait, sorry. So anyway, Japan is increasing such things. Then we are Digital Garage is decided to change the strategy from the CVC, from the pure investment to the venture capital. And however, still we are using the network of the CVC and use this then to support this situation. Then second issue is the government. 2013, then have you ever heard about Abenomics? It's the Prime Minister Shinzo Abe. Sadly, he passed away because of the very sad accident. But maybe you can remember the Mario, in the Rio Olympic. He started the Abenomics, the growth strategy to induce the investment. So it worked. Then he started to create a lot of different government funds. Thinking about the Korean situation, Korea's support from the government is very strong. Then obviously Abe Shinzo thought about that. Then from the 2018, the new growth strategy, 20 unicorns by 2023. We are aiming at that. Then 2023, the new one, 100 unicorns in the future. So our goal is getting higher and higher, but the government is seriously thinking about that. Then I joined the Cool Japan Fund 2016. So here. Then the government tried to support the later stage venture globally and in Japan. So by creating a lot of different types of the organization, I'm not intentionally making that. This is the reality, This means like so many, a lot of different organizations and a lot of trials. So one of the Japanese weakness of the government support is like this. I don't know about the Korean situation, that this could be natural or not, but in Japan, yes, it's very, very complicated. But in short, what they want to do is to government support, government fund, then private sector invest in the government fund just a little, then it's kind of a chain reaction. So the government wants to invest in the companies and they're getting bigger. So for example, even in Japan, there's good venture companies have the money from the government and the public one. Yes, this is the Cool Japan Fund, which I was, and also JIC. This is the old name is INCJ, INCJ, or DBJ. These are the key players of the government fund. Then this is blue one, 2013. So blue one is Japan. The red one is Korea. Then 2013, the Japan was smaller, but try to catch up. Oh, by the way, Japan population is twice. So this is comparing by the number, but Japan is, in terms of the population, Japan is bigger, so it could be natural for Japan to be higher, but 2013, obviously the funding amount of Japan and Korea is better. Then try to catch up. Then in terms of the number, Japan is slightly now bigger than the Korea. However, this is the magic of the currency exchange rate. So this is calculated $1 is 100 yen, but now in fact it's just 150. So please don't believe that. But yes, the Japan is increasing the fundraising. However, the more important thing is the number. South Korea is here. Today's speaker talked about that. We have only 60 unicorns. However, see Japan only 6. Wow! So we have to catch up with the Korean venture, and also again Korea is Sonpe. However, please see this one, United States, 644. Wow, this is bigger, 100 times than it's. We have to catch up with that. When I was a kid, the Japanese economy was pretty strong. Then I know the time, so we can do that. Then, however, to compete with the United States, which has a 3 times bigger population than Japan, let's work together. Let's work together. So it's a very important thing is to work together with K and J, like 20 years soccer. So to catch up with the United States. Then I made a pretty similar message in the, by the way, message in Japan. Then Chosun Nippo, thank you. Today Chosun Nippo, somebody else. Chosun Nippo kindly show that. And my mother says, "Hey Jun, this was a good job." Now, by the way, my mother is a pretty famous person in the ice cream CEO company. So maybe if you go to Japan, please eat this ice cream called Azuki Bar. Anyway, then I'd like to mention the weakness of Japan, and please, I'd like to think about how to change that together with the Korean friends. But now, one of the things is the later stage. Later stage is funding. It's Japanese IPO. It's very small, a lot of, but very small. So probably the funding from the top finance people to the later stage, this is the need. Now this is done by only the government. And the another one is M&A. So in Japan, very few M&As. So I'm not sure of the Korean situation, but I'd like to know that. But M&A, definitely we will need the M&A. Thank you very much, and I'd like to have the discussion with later about these points. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. Thank you, Nakajima-san, for sharing your insightful
Thank you.
presentation. 다음은 이제 일본 벤처 캐피털인
Let me move to the next presentation, which will be delivered by Mr. Koji Tomotaka, the managing partner of the UTEC.
이고요. 그럼 큰 박수로 무대 위로 환영해 주시기
Please
바랍니다.
welcome him with a big hand.
Hello, my name is Tomi Goji. Thanks for having and including me in this special event, Startup Nation Korea. Well, actually being here with all of you brings back my memories of my visit to Seoul National University back in 1995 as a student leader of the University of Tokyo to discuss bilateral relations between Korea and Japan and commemorate the 50th anniversary of the end of World War II. Back then, I didn't expect that I would have an opportunity to discuss startups here in Seoul National University. Back then, there were almost no or few startups out of universities back then, I think. But currently, I'm the co-founder and president of the University of Tokyo Edge Capital, which is a venture capital firm associated with the University of Tokyo and research universities in Japan. And I'm also elected as chairman of Japan Venture Capital Association, which represents the majority of Japanese VCs and CVCs. So I'm very excited to be here to discuss startups with you. First off, I'd like to introduce some information about Japanese startups, but I think some of the slides overlap Nakajima-san's slides, so I could skip some of them, and I would like to supplement some of the information to Nakajima-san's slides as well. This is a slide about the economic impact of the startup ecosystem in Japan. 2 months back, Prime Minister Kishida of the Japanese government announced this number, according to our request as JVCA. In Japan, almost 20 trillion yen, which is about 180 won, was made by the startup ecosystem, according to the statistics. This is the first statistics of this kind in Japan. So we asked the government to track the numbers periodically to support startups by measuring the impact. And the startup ecosystem in Japan created more than 500,000 jobs, which is not small. And we are so proud to have this kind of number here. And over the last 10 years, or even 20 years, our startup ecosystem in Japan have grown dramatically. As Nakajima-san talked, we've grown more than tenfold over the last decade in terms of the investment amount. And we have entrepreneurial talents moving from the established big corporates to startups, actually. That's changing the mindset of the young managerial talents, actually. And we have strong deep tech potentials from academic institutes as well, like those in Korea. So I'd like to highlight, I'm gonna skip this. Well, this is the performance about venture capital industry in Japan, actually. DPI stands for distribution to paid-in capital, which represents the multiples of distributed returns to investors. In Japan, back in 2012 and 2013, these are the years of the vintage years when the funds are created. The performance of Japan surpassed the counterparts in North America and Europe, actually. So we had better performances as a whole. And this is a slide about the moving entrepreneurial talent from big corporates to startups. Actually, the wages are better in startups funded by VCs compared to big corporates. And the better wages, the ratio of better wages are greater in startups compared to listed companies these days. And the moving trend from big corporates to startups are on the rise. Next, I'll cover Japan's scientific and technological capabilities. When it comes to the number of Nobel laureates in natural sciences in this century, Japan is second to the US. And when it comes to the number of PCT applications, patent applications, Japan is ranked third, followed by Korea. And when we look at specific regions on the globe where patent applications are made, the Tokyo-Yokohama region ranks the top, followed by Seoul closely, and then Osaka, Kobe, and Nagoya. So we have rich resources to tap into to create new startups. We have common strengths. And this is a spectacular number of university-originated startups. Last year, it had record high of more than 4,200 university startups so far, accumulatively. And the left-hand side shows the number of university startups that raised funds. It grew over 3.5 times over the last decade. And the fund raised by university startups grew more than tenfold over the last decade. And these are the showcases of successful portfolio companies of our firm, UTech. The first one, Peptide Dream, is a listed company on the Tokyo Stock Exchange Prime Market, which has a market cap of 3.5 billion yen, which is about 3.5, almost $3 billion right now. The technology allows you to create new drugs based on peptide-based drug discovery. They partner with more than 20 big pharmaceutical companies like Eli Lilly, GlaxoSmithKline, Merck, and so forth to create new drugs. When I saw the scientific founder for the first time back in 2005, he was just alone without any business partners. So we introduced 4 potential CEOs to him. And the fourth guy hit it off with the professor, and they decided to create a new company. And we helped them to create a new company. And we waited up until the invention was accredited with the patent and made the first investment in that company back in 2008, actually. And it took 5 years for them to be listed on the Tokyo Stock Exchange Mothers Market. And I sold the stocks in 3 days after the IPO, but I had to regret because their market cap reached up to $8.5 billion within 2 years. That made us kind of successful VC firm unexpectedly, fortunately. Well, and I'd like to introduce the second example, which is Microwave Chemical out of Osaka University. They are a startup in the chemical industry. It's very difficult to create a startup in the chemical industry because it's very heavy capital-oriented industry, right? But their technology allows you to make chemical reactions by using microwaves rather than heats, in which you can have very small reactors with very little CO2 emissions. That's why their technology was adopted by major chemical companies like Mitsubishi Chemical, Mitsui Chemical, and BASF. And they got listed 2 years back in the Tokyo Stock Exchange, and they are doing well after that. And the third example is an M&A example, which was done by a global company. This startup named Original Genomics has the technology to amplify large DNAs without using conventional methods such as living organisms like E. coli. And Moderna, an American vaccine big company, which is known for messenger RNA-based vaccines, they loved this technology, and they decided to acquire Original Genomics last year to strengthen their manufacturing capability of messenger RNA-based vaccines. So we had a deal with a US company as well. And this slide talks about the key takeaways I learned from my 20-year experience. The first thing is that researchers' excellence is very important for university startup. It's very, natural comment. But first off, you need to identify what kind of technology is superb or excellent. That's the first step. And the second step is to match managerial talents with the scientists to create new great companies to scale. That's another necessary point to create academic startups in order to globally scale. And the third thing is, logistics stuff, such as IP formation or founder agreements or financial strategies, which is very important to be sustainably successful for those startups. sorry for this busy slide, but well, I researched this theme regarding the researchers' centralities, researchers' centralities' impact on startups' success. As of 2020, there were almost 25,000 researchers in the area of CRISPR, which is a critical tool in the genome editing space. And out of them, just 1.3% had successful experience. But if we look at the top 25 very central researchers in this field, it's amazing that more than half of them had successful experiences. The list of the researchers is like this. The top was Jennifer Doudna, which won the Nobel Prize for Chemical Award back in 2018 or 2019. She was very famous, and I think some of the panelists covered her in the slides in the morning. But anyway, by looking at who are the central in each academic field, you could tell who could be promising as a startup entrepreneur or scientific founder. That's the message of this slide. And matching good management with such scientists is very critical. That's another point I like to make. And this survey was done by my team in my firm regarding the performance of academic startups that are listed on the Tokyo Stock Exchange. There are 52 academic startups listed on the Tokyo Stock Exchange, and out of them, 47 of them are run by professional CEOs who are not scientists, basically business guys. And only 5 of them are run by researchers. And when you look at the performance of the market cap and market cap growth after IPO, in this survey, professional CEOs had better performance, 1.8x better performance in terms of market cap. And when it comes to the growth, professional CEOs had growing contribution to the market cap, whereas researchers run companies didn't. So in our theory, it's very important to seek very excellent science, as well as finding good team, management people. And this is an example recently, this is an example in which we recently invested in. The name of the company is Gaianix. This is a semiconductor startup out of the University of Tokyo, which develops and manufactures high-quality single crystallized epitaxial wafers that could be applicable to materials like silicon carbide and gallium nitride. And we first identified Professor Tabata in the University of Tokyo to convince him to create a new startup based on his inventions. And then we recruited dozens of potential CEOs to match them with the scientific founder to create strong businesses. And after the incorporation of the startup, we elaborately financed the startup, and we recruited other investors together. And so far, we've secured 1.3 billion yen. It's about 2 billion yen. We secured 2 billion yen after this round. Well, anyway, from this slide, I'm going to talk about my own firm, UTech. We started in 2004, and since then, we've raised 5 funds, about $600 million, and we invested in almost 150 startups, mostly composed of academic startups, and we achieved 20 IPOs and 20 M&A deals so far. When it comes to IPOs, mostly those IPOs were done domestically in Japan, but when we look at M&A deals, almost 40% are out of Japan, including the one I introduced regarding Moderna deal. And this is a landscape of Japanese academia-related VCs. The x-axis stands for the year of operation. UTech is here. And the y-axis stands for the asset under management. And as you can see, there were only a few players when we started, and that situation continued almost 10 years. But around the 10th year or so, many players came in. The reason is very simple. We had successful cases back then. Until then, we had many successful cases. That's why many people came in. And we are forming a new asset class in the VC in Japan right now. Well, we typically start our commitment from seed early stages. So more than 50% of the latest funds investment are done prior to the incorporation of the startups. And we primarily take lead positions among the investors, so we are very proactive investor. And although we started from the University of Tokyo, currently we cover almost all renowned research institutes in Japan. And our startups are very active globally these days, including 5 continents. But so far, we haven't had any co-investment in Korea yet. So we envision expanding and collaborating with Korean players as well. And these are VC firms we've collaborated with so far. And Arch Venture Partners is one of the oldest friends with us. We started MOU with them in 2009, so we had 5 co-investments so far, one of which went public in Nasdaq. And we partnered with Bloom Ventures, which is an Indian tech VC firm. And we partnered with Amadeus Capital Partners, which is a British VC firm out of Cambridge University. And we are also collaborating with big corporates, both in Japan and out of Japan. And although we primarily invest in Japan, but we since recently started investments globally, so sometimes we've helped global startups expand into Japan. For example, Eureka Robotics is a Singaporean robotics startup, which we help to expand into Japan by hiring Japanese managerial talents. And SWAT Mobility is also a Singaporean mobility startup in which we helped build teams. So this is the last slide. Well, we like to focus on overseas investments that could synergize with the strengths of UTech team and the strengths in Japan. So we look forward to future collaboration with some of you to contribute to the global startup ecosystem together. Thank you very much.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much.
for your excellent presentation. 네, 발표해 주신 세 분들께 다시
Well,
한번
thank you
큰
very
박수
much,
부탁드립니다.
all the 3
Let's give a warm round
speakers.
of applause once again to our 3 distinguished speakers. Thank you. 네, 다음은 이제 오늘의
So,
마지막
that will be our
순서인
last
대담회를 시작하겠습니다.
agenda
대담회
for the day. That will
시작하기
be the
앞서
panel
잠시
discussion.
무대 정리를
We
하겠습니다.
will arrange the seats
그동안
on
제가 이제
the
이번 세션에 대해서 좀 소개를
stage.
해드릴
So let me
텐데요.
briefly
오늘
explain
대담회
about
주제는
the panel
스타트업
discussion,
생태계에서
the startup
유기업과 CVC의
ecosystem and the role
역할입니다.
of the large companies and the CVC in that ecosystem is the title or the topic for this panel discussion. The moderator is Professor Jung-dong Lee. Professor Jung-dong Lee served as the former special advisor for economy and science at the presidential office, and currently he is the professor in the interdisciplinary program of technology management, economics, and policy. And we also have the CEO of GS Ventures, Jun Young-ho, and Mr. Mohan Iyer, and also Mr. Junichi Nakajima, and also Mr. Tomataka Koji, and Mr. Boogie Kim from Standard Energy, and Mr. Chang Ok-yun from the Ministry of Science and ICT.
무대 정리가 되는 동안 잠시만 기다려 주시기
So please wait a
바랍니다.
little bit so that we can arrange the seat for the panel discussion.
다시 한번 말씀드리자면요. 오늘 대담회
So once
주제는
again, the topic
스타트업
for the
생태계에서
discussion
대기업과
is the
CVC의
role of the
역할.
large companies and the CVC in the startup
서울대학교
echo.
교수님께서
This and Professor Lee from Seoul National University is the moderator.
네, 지금 무대 정리가 되고 있고요.
So we're now
테이블과
arranging the
그리고 마이크가
seat,
세팅
the microphone,
중입니다.
and the table.
무대 정리를 하고 있는 동안 제가 다시 한번 이번 세션
As I
소개를
said,
해드리겠습니다.
for this panel
오늘
discussion,
대담회
the
주제는
topic
스타트업 생태계에서
for the panel
대기업과
discussion is the
CVC의
role of the large
역할이고요.
companies and the CVC in the startup
자장에는
ecosystem.
서울대학교 이정동
And that
교수님께서
session will be moderated by
이정동
Professor Jong-dong Lee.
교수님께서는요,
And Professor Lee
경제과
served
국가보좌관을
as the
거쳐서
special advisor for
현재
economy and science at the
서울대학교
presidential office.
기술,
And currently,
경제,
he is the
정책
professor at the
전문
interdisciplinary
교수로
program of technology management, economics, and policy at Seoul National University. We have 8 panelists, including the CEO of GS Ventures, Jun Young-ha, and Mr. Mohan Iyer, and Mr. Junichi Nakajima, Mr. Tomokata Koji, and also Mr. Chang Ok-yoon from the Ministry of Science and ICT, and also Mr. Boo-gi Kim from Standard Energy.
네, 그럼 지금 어느 정도 무대 정리가
I think we are about to start for the panel discussion.
발표자분들을 무대 위로
Please welcome
모시겠습니다.
the moderator and the
Yes, I'd like to
panelists
ask
to
all the
the
moderator and speakers
stage.
to please come up to the stage. 네, 여러분 박수 한번 부탁드립니다.
Please give them a big round of applause.
네, 이제 대담회를 시작하겠고요.
So we
이제
can
자장이신
convene with the
이정동
panel
교수님께
discussion,
마이크를
and the
넘기도록
microphone will be
하겠습니다.
passed to the moderator.
네, 마지막 시간까지 이렇게
Well, thank you again for staying with us till the end of the day.
먼저 오늘
First of
마지막
all,
부분에 참여해 주신 분들 이미
I want to briefly introduce the panelists.
하겠습니다. 제 왼쪽에서
To my left,
SOSV
as from SOV,
아이어
we have General Partner Mohan Iyer,
UTEC
and from the UTEC, the Managing Partner, Mr. Tomotaka Koji,
그리고 디지털
and also from the Digital Garage, Corporate Officer, Mr. Junichi Nakajima,
그리고 아주 어려운 시간을 내주셔서
and also we have from the GS Ventures, we have Mr. Jun Young-ha,
그리고 김부기 스탠다드
and also we have the Kim Boo-gi, the Boo-gi Kim, the CEO of the Standard Energy.
두 분을 또 초청을 드립니다.
We also invite more panelists, Mr. Juno Che, the team lead of the Chungang Daily, and also Yoonok Che from the Ministry of Science and ICT.
행사의 기본 취지는 딥테크 기반 창업을
So today,
우리나라에서 어떻게 더욱 활성화시키고
we'd like to discuss the measures how we can promote the deep tech startups in Korea.
CVC
and also the CVC and the large companies, how they can play a role and what kind of the roles that they can play in growing the deep tech startups in Korea. But we don't have enough time, so I want to pose two questions. So, in order to save time, here we have many panelists on the stage. So I actually ask two people, Mr. Choi from the ministry and Mr. Choi from Chungang Daily. They will not speak, and after all other panelists say something, and they will take their own chance. So other panelists will have more chance to talk first. There are two keywords in my mind. One, the large companies and the CVCs in Korea, in terms of the deep tech startup, what kind of roles that they can play? And in order to fulfill their roles, then how can they work with the deep tech? What would be your advice to that? That's the number one question. And the second question, in this audience, we have many people who are directly or indirectly related to the deep tech startups. To those who think about starting business in deep tech area, from the venture capital or from the company's perspective, what kind of advices that you can give?
It's okay. It's okay. Yeah. So, so our first question is, what about the role of CVC and big corporations to help deep tech startups, and in general, and also if you have some comments or advice to the Korean ecosystem, including VC and CVCs and deep tech, based on your experience.
Yeah, so I think the three of us have spoken a little bit about this, and I hope my point is clear. I think the problems we face in our world today are huge. Literally, we've built a world based on fossil fuels. We have to rebuild the entire means of production, everything that we know about food, clothing, shelter, the built environment, electronics, of course, power, energy. Everything has to be rebuilt from the ground up. These are huge, huge challenges we face as humanity, and we need the startups, the innovation of the startups to really change this world, really. But in many ways, the established companies and the CVCs are very key to unlocking scale. So that's my sort of a way of thinking about it, is that solving these problems together, if that's the goal, then we have to find ways to solve the corporate innovative company relationships, which we can talk about. There are challenges, but I would say those challenges pale in comparison to the problems we need to solve together.
Very good. And so, any comments or advice to the ecosystem?
Well, I think the attention to deep tech ecosystem is growing, which is very encouraging for all of us, because deep tech transcends any borders, languages, and it could have very clear, visible outcomes, KPIs. So for East Asian people like us, it's very kind of comfortable to work with those capabilities. So I like to tap into that strengths.
Okay. And later on, I just wanted to get some idea how you could mobilize the CVC fund to make $3 more billion of university-originated companies.
Well, it attracted many major big corporates from the world. When it comes to the case of peptide ring, which had a record high market cap of $8 billion, it already attracted more than 20 companies composed of very well-known US and European corporates when they achieve that market cap. So in order to gain very high reputation, you need to show very visible outcome, right? But by having strong deep tech, you could do that.
Okay, and any comments?
Yes. So, of course, deep tech changes everything in the coming 10 years. I strongly believe that that's why I'm investing in the deep tech. Then, in the 10 years, future 10 years, the deep tech venture capital who are raising funds from outside and the corporate venture capital will be having the different roles. This is my impression and my personal opinion. The venture capital should be and will be keep being the incubator of the deep tech ventures. Then corporate venture capital, instead of that, they have the particularly conglomerate like a Korean and some Japanese conglomerates have that huge money. Then they have the role to invest in the later stage, more alignment with the strategy of the company. For example, Samsung, let's say Samsung, Mitsubishi, Mitsui, they have their own each strategy. So the alignment with the strategy is very important for the CVC. Then venture capitals are pure incubator. They can be the pure incubator in the future. This is my opinion.
Thank you. 허준영 대표님은 원래
What about Mr. He?
지금 세 분은 방금 발표를
So
하셨는데
the three panelists, they made the presentations, and I believe that Mr. He should also have been given an opportunity to make his own presentation, given his vast amount of expertise and also experience. So please share with us your experiences at CVC. Thank you very much for this opportunity. So GSCVC, as mentioned before, we identified a need for open innovation among corporates. That's why our CVC was established. And a GS group, it tries to expand into a new era. So we focus on three areas. And for each industry, all of them are related with the digitalization. And if you look at our org chart, so we have 4 investment divisions. So GS Ventures, where I am in charge of, we are in charge of the domestic and also the Asia and Israeli venture investment. And we have a GS Futures in Silicon Valley. And GS Ventures, we have a 100% internally sourced fund. And in year 2022, as we established the financial holdings company, since our case was treated as an exception for the Korean law that bans the joint investment between the financial and manufacturing companies. And our AUM is $225 million. And so we have these 2 VCs, and these 2 VCs focus on early stage investments, but we also have investment firms for the late stage investments. So for this, we do have a future business team under the financial holdings company, and they focus on M&A and late-stage investment. We also have an investment CVC that specifically focuses on energy sector. So we have a CVC located in Texas, and we have energy transition vehicle, which is another fund that focuses on energy. So basically, we have 4 funds under GS. And the reason we have 4 is, so CVC, they can be purely strategic, purely finance, or the hybrid. But we believe that the large corporations, they excel in incremental innovation. But when it comes to like the decarbonization or AI innovation. So these kind of disruptive innovations, it can actually cannibalize our existing businesses if we pursue these new disruption technologies. So this is something that the large corporations are hesitant to do and also difficult to do. That's why we define that area as an open innovation. And so the editor-in-chief talked about the survey results, and he talked about the strengths and weaknesses of the CVC in Korea, and it really it was very, very impressive to me. And we are not aiming to become a purely financial investor. Rather, we want to have a more synergistic relationship. And also, as a strategic investor, we want to find out an opportunity for us to pursue open innovation. So for us, it's like open R&D. So for us, the investment is like a spending R&D expense. But at the same time, we also seek a financial return. Why? Because in order to convince our internal leaders and executives, we also have to create a strong financial return. So for example, like DPI and the multiples, these are the good financial indicators. So these are pretty good and solid, but not enough to change the overall direction of our group. So we have the success cases and also the failure cases, but by producing the success cases, so those are staying in the learning curve for the disruptive innovation. Those still need to learn. I believe that we have to convince them, and for this we need financial return. And as mentioned by Mohan, for our decision-making process, venture startups and large corporations, I think we do have different wavelengths. And I think that's really true, that we make investment as a CVC, and then we persuade the headquarters and also the line managers. And it actually takes a lot of time. So that's the sort of the pragmatic challenges that we face. But for those who are in startups, when we communicate with them, we also try to respond to their needs, and also we try to serve as a sort of the bridge to narrow the gap in understanding. And we call it post-investment portfolio management. So that's also a core part of our business. And also, as we move from the platform to hard tech, I think the POC that large corporations can provide, or like the factory establishment in late stages, the large corporations, they do have the experiences of building large infrastructure, so they can share the experiences and advices. So it's more than securing liquidity. So I think in the entire VC ecosystem, CVC represents only 2%, 20%. In other words, the 80% of the capital can come from VCs. But the CVC does have a very differentiated role to play, that they can provide a project financing, and also they can serve as an advisor, and also at the exit phase, they can pursue the IPO as well as the M&A with their relationship with the large corporations.
Thank you. Mr. Boogie Kim, I want to ask this question. Listening to your presentation, I was so touched. You know, it was very intuitive when I see your video of testing. So you have been working with large companies in terms of strategies or in finance, and of course you're working with overseas companies, not just Korean companies. And as a deep tech company, when you look at the CVC or the large companies, from your experience, what would be the role of the CVC or large companies? Thank you for the question. As you said, as discussed, as a deep tech company, working with large company is not an option for us. We have to do it. There are two things. First, because we're dealing with the hardware, developing the technology, actually we can be very good. But in order to move beyond it, we have to be able to get the certification, build a supply chain, and make manufacturing facilities. And actually, it's not easy to do it with our development capabilities. So working with the large companies is really important. Of course, the financial investment, including for financial investment, is important. And when our technology is being launched into the world, we need to have a POC. And upstream, downstream, we can see the synergetic effect by working with the large companies. And actually, the Lotte Chemical, the large company, invested us. And that was a turning point for us. Actually, we are more of a development company before that, but with the investment by the large company, we actually commercialize our technology. And we are having similar discussion with the overseas companies. And I really feel the role of the large companies or the CVCs for us.
이런 질문을 공통적으로 한번 드려보고 싶은데요.
Now let me give you the common question to everyone on the stage. We have people who are in deep tech fields, but we also have journalists or the communications field. So I think your message resonates a lot with very diverse groups of audiences today. So regarding that, the future generation who wants to have a deep tech investment or startups, or the professors in the labs, or researchers in the research institutes, those who have a strong aspiration for deep tech, or those who just studied the deep tech investment or deep tech businesses, what kind of advice do you want to give as an investor?
I think one of the things you have to balance is the time in your startup or the stage of your startup when you engage with the large company or CVC. You need to think strategically based on who your investors are at that particular point in time, whether to bring them in. Because there is this sense that, for example, if it's one strategic and that strategic is likely the acquirer of your company, there's a sense in which they will bring a lot of infrastructure and expertise to your program. However, they may also blunt the upside financial potential from the point of view of the financial VC. And so bringing multiple strategic players may be a good move. Bringing a good strategic player and leaning into them because they're the leader in your space. For example, if it's somebody you need to partner with anyway as part of the growth of your company, the point is the time. So it's a very important strategic decision not to be taken lightly, and really choose the time really well, and or bring multiple strategics to the table so that you're not captured by one. Those would be my 2 points of advice.
Well, I covered that point in my slides, actually. First, you need to have excellent science. So up until the timing, you shouldn't invite, external people. You should focus internally, right? But if you would like to transform the research outcomes into commercial success as a corporate, you need to face the timing to bring in those talents externally. But you need to carefully find out the right people who could, the researchers very, sincerely. Yes. Building trust is very important, right?
Very similar things. I'm sorry about that, but find the real right body to keep running the company. So the management or finance people only cannot keep running the company, and the same thing happens to the deep tech companies. Researchers, of course, need a lot of information or experience. Don't want to do by only one person. The other management team is very, very important. So find a good, right person you can trust and you can make friends with. Sometimes this is the most important thing. Of course, there are a lot of important things, but one of the most important things, I guess.
대표님 어떻게 그 대학 교수님들이나 이런 분들 직접
So
딥텍하시는 분들을
you also met and interacted with the professors who are involved in deep tech, and what's your impression? I actually made an investment in the professor-led startups, and when we also did the Open Innovation Challenge contest, the many professors or doctors from the research institute, they participate. And I believe that my reply is pretty similar to what the previous three speakers talked about. So the first thing, I think we have to have a very clear roles and responsibilities. So R&R should be clearly defined. Yes, you start your business and you start your organizations, and I think that there should be a clear roles and responsibility defined for the technology-led people and the business-led people. So for deep tech businesses, I believe that the partners that focus on management and focusing on technology development should be clearly divided. Because you cannot do everything single-handedly, so you need the roles and responsibilities or the division of labor. And also the venture market is now under correction. And recently the Symbiobota, which is an industry bio conference in San Jose, and we attended that conference. And one of the investment underwriter mentioned that the venture financing is the most pricey, costly investment. That's what he said. And whereas the hard tech or deep tech, it requires a lot of money to build infrastructure. So no one can actually guarantee that your equity funding could be sufficient to sustain you to the end. So for hard tech, I think what's more important than generating revenue, I believe what you work on in your research projects and the research results, I believe you must have a clear roadmap to scale them up and for successful commercialization. So for each roadmap, I think different kinds of people will be required, yes.
Mr. Kim? When you say something now, I think you can share your experience to people who are thinking about starting their own business. Some advice, right? Well, actually, I had a lot of good 선배, my friends and my my friends who already started their own business. I was 28 when I started my business. I didn't know anything, you know. Well, comparing me and me at the time when I was young, I had a narrow view, but I wanted to have some fun at work. And now I see something different. When I do some deep tech work, I don't believe that the challenges that I experience are all the challenges, but I can say that it's not easy. The types of the challenges may be different for you, but I think you can meet the challenge if you have two things. One is your team members, people. And the other one is that the technology that you are developing, there are people out there who need it. And if you can see that and experience it in the market, it will motivate you. Yesterday, as I said before, we now launched our product and our customers experienced our battery. And they say, hey, we love your battery. When we hear that, the challenges, the difficulties of the past, I just don't have them anymore in my mind. And I think this experience, this joy is repeated. So that's what I want to say.
So at the age of 28, maybe you were too naive. That's why I think you took a big risk, maybe. That's why you won. Anyway, so now we will listen from the editor-in-chief, Mr. Choi Jun-ho. And before listening to the government officer for the final panelists, I would like to open the floor for a short Q&A. So if you do have any questions from the floor, we would like to entertain that question first. The reason why I arranged the discussion in this way is because I believe that your comments or your request for the government actions maybe can be delivered. So anyway, let's hear from the Choi editor-in-chief first. So I actually organized this kind of event back in 2018. And that was only a one-year plan. Because back then, the deep tech startups, as I worked as a scientific journalist for a long time, I had an opportunity to meet many professors and researchers in research institutes, and I was able to see their excellent research outcomes. And I thought that this could really propel the development of Korea. But in 5 years or 10 years, I couldn't really see some tangible outcomes. So I found that many researches are great, but they're just for the sake of researches. And there is a big gap that a lot of good researches are not really commercialized. So I wanted to overcome that. So that's why I started this kind of event. But at first, I thought that there are not many research institutes who failed to commercialize their research outcomes. So I thought the one-year plan would be enough. But then I found that there are many potential great research institutes who can successfully do their businesses and start their businesses. So that's why this plan could not be finished in 1 year. Rather, it continues even today. And also, yesterday, the newspaper covered article says that there is a massive increase in the number of startups created by professors. So media can play a various role in creating a favorable environment for startups. And one of the things that we can do is to foster a positive culture and set a great role model to spread. So I hope that the professors and also students, I hope that there could be more opportunities for them to found their businesses.
So listening to your comment, if I just add a little bit, it has been 4 years for the symposium and the work, and actually he opened or he started this path. That's what he said, basically. Well, my name is. We will listen from the UNOC chair from the ministry, and when the government personnel has the last chance to talk about it as the last person, usually what we expect to hear is that, well, whatever the support you need, we will give it. Well, representing the government, I am here, so I really appreciate, first of all the panelists and especially the guests who traveled a long distance, and also the audience for staying with us till this hour. Well, I think the symposium, when it comes to the symposium, the innovative startups are really important, and it's about deep tech. But for general public, what we talk about, like startup, you may be thinking about the Ministry of Small and Medium-Sized Companies and Startups. However, there are basic research institutions who are supported by my ministry, the Ministry of Science and ICT. And these institutions are producing very good, outstanding results of their developmental work. And those results need to be well utilized for the society. So that's what our ministry is thinking about. And actually, the ministry is making many investment in the startup of the deep tech. But when it comes to the deep tech startup, it's not just one ministry working alone. The Ministry of the Education is also supporting the programs for the universities startup, and my ministry, and also the Ministry of Small and Medium-Sized Companies, and also the Ministry of Finance provides the government-supported fund. So for the deep tech startups, there are organic cooperation among different ministries. And actually, the interministerial cooperation has been very much emphasized when the government draft next year's budget. Then actually the budget for the next year also includes some portion for the different ministry to work together. And so the support for the startups are being done. But when it comes to the VC, you can think about, they are under pressure to get the return on their investment. And we can hear a lot of those stories from the field because the deep tech companies need to have a long-term view. So who and what can be supported at the later stage? So that's the voice we often hear from the field. But with the amendment to the relevant law in 2021, the Korea was able to have the private CVC in the market, and it has been only a few years so far, but still there was a high interest rate issue and the global economic sluggishness, but still the corporate CVC has been quite active. So from the government perspective, now we have the CVC in the game, and compared to the VC, CVC, especially the large corporations, the CVCs have financial power, and they can make long-term investment. So for technologies that can be used for the public good, they can be a good candidate for the corporate CVC. Then the government also will do our part, like establishing fund of fund. And when the large companies, CVC, is leading the way in supporting the deep tech startups, then the mid-sized companies, the CVCs, can actually join. And when it happens, I think the deep tech startups of Korea and the ecosystem for them will become more consolidated. That's what I want to see. And as the moderator said, yes, anything, we will do our best so that we can support you on the government side. Thank you.
대표님 혹시 말씀? 네. 제가 아까 이야기해놓고도 제 스스로 까먹었습니다. 그래서 여쭙는다고 그랬는데 제가 옛날에는 똑똑했습니다.
So,
혹시 이거 연사분 중에 질문이 있었습니다.
do you have any questions to the speakers?
Yeah, please.
So first of all, I really enjoyed good presentations. In order to attend this symposium, I traveled all the way from Cheongju, and I myself manage and run Vision Consulting Company. I'm a student of humanities, so I'm not really an expert in science. But the Ministry of Science and ICT offers a lot of opportunities for training. So for GPT, Python, I learned. But then this time, I learned about the concept of the CVC. And the world is changing, and ChatGPT is emerging. So even people without scientific understanding, I believe now they are equipped with the capability to commercialize the idea as well. So in that sense, I believe that those who study in humanities or the literature kind of things, they can also receive some investment in the future. So are there any cases for this? So for the liberal arts student, so I could mention and answer that question. So among the companies that I wrote an article, there is a stronghold. This is a company founded by a Korea University student, and he studied the sociology, and he developed the smart coffee roasting machine. How? So one of the reasons that he started his business was that he used to work for NGO before, and then because he worked for the NGO, he had to have some stable revenue. So that's why he started his own business, because he wanted to have a stable career in NGO. And then he found that the coffee market is expanding rapidly in Korea. So he thought that it could be a sort of blue ocean for him because roasting is an area where not many people can enter and competition is not that intense. And so he tried to hire some roasting experts, maybe at the similar age of himself. And then in a few years, together with these partners, he developed a very special roasting machine. So I think this is like a film camera and digital camera, or let's say electronic cooker and traditional cooker. So I think this could be a very good analogy to explain about this new roasting machine. So the conventional roasting machine, you burn gas and you have to constantly monitor. But this roasting machine, it has some button. So if you press that button, then you can actually do the exact, you can control the roasting at exact temperature that you want to have. So you don't really have to be an expert in technology. But if you have a great creativity and imagination, and if you do have the ability to mingle with other people, then I believe you could have some opportunity. Of course, when it comes to deep tech, startups, of course, people who study science or engineering would have some competitive edge. But even if the liberal arts student, I believe that you can still have some opportunity if you have a creative idea.
Well, I want to add a little bit. When it comes to starting a business, if you look at the seed stage, there can be many different factors, like academic background or their experience or research outcome. Of course, these things are helping for the seed stage. But is it really the case for those companies only to succeed? Well, I don't believe so. Other than that, what kind of the items are being considered, and of course, creative idea, and then coming to the market, I don't see the difference between the liberal arts students and the engineering students. And of course, we have to remember this. One person at the organization, at the startup, does everything. That kind of a company is going away nowadays. I see different structure. And as you said before, of the Korean startups, the Wall Brothers, the delivery company, that's the largest M&A deal in Korea. But you know, the CEO of that company majored in arts. Actually, but he changed the whole landscape for the food delivery service in Korea. He majored in arts. So it's not about what kind of the major you did. Only the logistics, only the technology, that does not mean that. So with that example, I think it's more important to think about what kind of the items or what kind of the concept that you have for the market. You need to understand the market.
What do you have anything to?
No, I think it's very much what John, I think, was trying to say. In the early part of a deep tech company, and I think that the science is very important. The excellence of science is very important. But just a little bit later, the diversity of thinking in the leadership level becomes even more important. Many scientists get too much in love with their science. It becomes a science project rather than a business or a startup. So having somebody with the humanities background, a different background, to reflect, to check, to be a reality thing, to have a different voice in that main room is important. We've seen that over and over again in many of our startups. So I'd say, kind of what John said, that the major that you have is not the important thing. The ideas, the best ideas, are what will win in the marketplace.
Yep. Startups and investments are full of human dramas. You could apply your knowledge in, liberal arts, could apply. And I know several established venture capitalists who used to have the background in, liberal arts. For example, the founder of Arch Venture Partners, Steve Lazarus, he has a major of English literature.
Oh.
Yeah. So managing a diverse group of people is a key of managing successful startups.
아주 힘이 되는 코멘트들이었습니다. 제가 시간 관리를 정말
So thank you very much. I believe that I was really a good time manager. So maybe we could entertain one more question.
질문 두 개만
I think 2 questions more.
네.
We can accommodate it.
마이크 주시고 저
Here and then the person in the back row. I want to ask a question to Mr. Hall. From the CVC's perspective, if you think about the venture studio, are you considering it in your work? Or with the venture studio as a framework, KAIST or the Seoul National University, the universities that deal with the deep tech, are you planning to work with those organizations? When you say venture studio, can you just elaborate on it? Are you referring to incubating? The startup studios. So when you say studios, there can be many different types of the studios. I want to just make it more detailed. I think you are referring to incubation function. To answer your question, I should say yes and no. For yes, well, along with our holding company and the subsidies, especially for the energy transformation, the GS Energy, which is the subsidy of the GS Group, we are doing the GS Challenge every year. We call it as the Blue Point partners. They are actually accelerators. So for 60 months, we select those companies and then make investment into that, and then we work together. So that we have a program. And in the US, SOSV, or we also participate in what SOSV does. So we make an investment, and Ginkgo Bioworks. This is for the industrial bio. They made a ferment industrial bio company, so we actually participate as an investor. So I can say yes to that question. And also, we also work with the Seoul National University's venture-related organization. So I can say yes. But at the same time, well, hiring many people who are specialized with the incubation, it may not be easy. So we thought about it quite a lot. Then what would be the most effective way for us to go about the accelerators or the incubating specialists? We believe that we can work with them so that we can do like POC and we can focus on what we can do better. And those accelerators, they can do like team building and selecting good candidates. So that would be their part. So I just cannot say never, but I don't believe that we just create a single studio, though, as you said. It may not be easy for the large companies in Korea. But starting from the 2000, the venture companies ecosystem in Korea has been very much developed. So every stage, the large companies are having collaboration with actively with the experts at different stage. So innovation incubation programs has been conducted quite well. Thank you.
So the person at the back, can anyone give him the microphone? So good afternoon. I am from the Life Science Department of the Seoul National University. I am right now in the PhD course, and I really enjoyed all the interesting presentation. Thank you very much. My question is, so for large conglomerates or the CVC organizations, I believe that you receive a lot of offers and proposals from various startups and technology solution providers. So how can make them more appealing? So can you share with us a kind of strategy for a more appealing?
I wasn't able to understand whether she was asking about CVCs or financial VCs. Any VC. How to make an idea attractive is what you're asking. Yeah. No, this is a very important question. A lot of we get, to just give you an idea, we get about 5,500 applications per year. and we choose about 30, right? So this is probably a higher selection than Stanford or Harvard or whatever. So it's a tough place to go. The things that win are the ones that make the idea practical and applicable to a large problem in our society. Again, you have to aim it in the right place for each different investor. In the case of an investor that's coming early, one of the things you have to understand is that it doesn't make any sense for us to do something marginal. Let's say you're going to change a few things in the supply chain. Somebody else who comes in a later stage can make money on that. But for early stage, especially from somebody like a PhD like you with a kind of a world-changing idea, show us how this changes the world in a major way and how it comes alive. I don't think you need to do huge market analysis and all of that. You know, what we really need to bet on is you are an expert in this area, that you've unlocked a deep biological, in your case, insight into something that's going to change our world. Communicate that really well and communicate the impact of that really well. Easy to say for me, very hard to do, but I think it's not as hard as you might think. A lot of the things that we get just don't even make a case. So I think it's important for you to think about it, but maybe we'll go around for other people.
지금 말씀하신 어떻게 하면 그 높은 경쟁률 뚫고 선택될 수 있는가?
So how can become the winner? VC or CVC? Are you asking for their trade secret? Because you're asking about how they select the winners.
고지?
So, Mr. Bozi, can you share something?
To share with us?
Well, maybe you need to show something to the potential investors. First, you could show your research paper, but maybe you could show some POCs. You could show how it works, like the footage in the video, you showed, which impressed all of us. That could be helpful. And you could also tap into someone who has a presence in that field to give you some supporting comments.
Thank you. Oh, yeah.
Of course, there are a lot of the items, issues to be selected by the venture capital. But just a little bit more practical advice, maybe, is if you do by yourself, probably the first step should be, of course, the big idea. Somebody showed the big idea. This is very important because sometimes I'm speaking with so many people, researchers, but some idea is unluckily the impact to the society is relatively smaller than the other idea. So the first step should be the market itself. So analyze the market, analyze the pain, analyze why this is really bad. Somebody has a really big pain, and another important thing is, of course, the market itself should be connected to the finance. Because even if their idea itself is good, at the end of the day, investment is investment. So the market is a financial market as well. So please analyze the market and watch at the market really well. Then analyze the pain, analyze the economics, then communicate with the people. And if once the company itself is getting bigger and bigger, another item will be the team. Then you don't have to think about the idea by yourself. Get the good CFO, good CEO, and the teamwork among that is very, very, very important because at the end of the day, as many people say, the management is the teamwork. These are 2 points.
네, 저는 조금 더
I want to be more specific. Yes, I agree with what other speakers talk about, and you are in PhD course for life science. I believe that many of your seniors work for our research institute. Anyway, so from our perspective, we are a petrochemical refinery company. And for the derivatives of the petrochemical product, maybe you can have some idea of how we can convert that into the biological product or environment-friendly products. So many companies come to us and offer that idea. But for us, I believe that if you try to convert the petrochemical derivatives to the biochemicals, oftentimes it's not really economically feasible. So if you could have some idea to secure some economic feasibility, then I believe that that will be a great idea that's very, very convincing and attractive to many investors. And also, not just the bulky ingredients, maybe you can develop a high profit materials for cosmetics or for certain specific industries. So that's based on the biomaterials. So I think that this is another attractive area that many investors are interested in. So as I said earlier, rather than the incremental innovation, what we want is a dramatic change. And so, and also SFSV, I think they are also making a lot of investments in the industry bio or the indie bio. So maybe if you have a great idea, then you can submit your idea to indie bio, or you can contact the GS Ventures if you do have a great idea.
Because of the time constraint, I think we need to share the final comment. I think the youngest person from the panelists will be given the chance for the final comment. Mr. Kim, see, you just received a question. We just received a question from the PhD student. So can you share something? These kind of comments can work. Your secret. Please share. Well, thank you for giving me a chance. Well, I think I majored in mechanical engineering, and then as I opened my business, I made a lot of mistakes, and I share one thing. Well, think about it. If you ask your friends to do the mathematical question, solve the mathematical question for you, it's something that you shouldn't do. And that stays with our DNA as a student. But when we do the business, we often just do everything on my own. But at a certain point, rather than me solving the problems alone, it's more important to find people who can solve the problem. And when you have many people like that, we can address big problem. And I think it's not only my experience. Wherever I go, I always think about and I always see people, whether these people were the ones that I can work with for my business together. So just take that. Thank you. I think there can be more questions, but if you ask the organizer here, then we can share the email address of these panelists so that you can ask questions later on through email. Thank you. So thank you very much. We had a very good time to have a deep discussion on the role of the CVC and the large corporate in the deep tech ecosystem. I hope that that was a very good chance for all of us to understand to what direction we need to go down for the promoted and the better deep tech ecosystem. I once again appreciate the moderator and the panelists for their contributions.
Please give another round of applause to our moderator and speakers. 네, 방금 대담회가 이번 행사의 마무리를
So that was
아주
the
잘
last
지어주고
part
아주 잘
of
정리를 해준 것
this
같은데요.
symposium.
다음은 서울대학교
So now
창업지원단
we'd like to
강건욱
invite
반장님을
Mr.
모시고
Konuk Kang,
회식을
the head of the Seoul National University Center for Entrepreneurship and Innovation, for closing remarks.
안녕하십니까.
Well, Thank you.
정말 이렇게까지 마지막까지
Well, thank you very much for staying with us till this late hours. I really appreciate your presence.
특히 CBC 글로벌
Today, it was a very good opportunity for us to talk about the corporate venture capital CVC and its role in the development of the startup ecosystem.
이제 다양한 분야에서
And in many different areas, we were able to understand the VC and the CVC, media, and the government also.
배움이 있었다고 생각합니다.
So that it was a very good learning opportunity. In particular, of course, the know-how is important, but know-who was highlighted during the last part of the panel discussion, and that was mentioned by Mr. Boogie Kim. That was a really important point to make.
그러니까 우리가 팀워크도 중요하지만
Yes, the teamwork is important, and I think, but at the same time, passion is equally important. I can see you are so passionate because you are staying here till this hour, so I believe that you are going to be very successful in your work. So with that, we would like to close the Startup Nation Korea 2024. Thank you very much.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you
자,
very
그럼
much.
이것으로
With
오늘
that, we officially
2024년
close
혁신창업
the
국가
Startup
대한민국
Nation
국제
Korea
모든 행사를
2024
마치도록
Symposium.
하겠습니다. 지금까지 아나운서
I was
전성주였습니다.
Song
감사합니다.
Do-sun, MC for you. Thank you.
네, 근데 여러분 아직 퇴장하시지 마시고요.
Before we go,
오늘의 마지막 순서인 정말 마지막 순서.